a Tough Shed Sundance Series building exclusively at the Home Depot. Legendary Tough Shed quality and the convenience of Home Depot. Call, click, or visit, and Tough Shed handles the rest, installing your shed where you want so you can create the backyard of your dreams. Right now, get free paint on Sundance Series sheds, plus 6 months, no payments, no interest financing with your Home Depot consumer credit card.
The Tough Shed Sundance Series.
Exclusively at the Home Depot.
It's perfect.
Sweet.
Got that little crunch.
It's got a kick to it.
Introducing the new spicy Buffalo chicken sandwich, only at Arby's.
The Cubs make a triumphant return to Wrigley Field after winning 5 of 6 on one of their best trips of the season. Tonight, Rich Harden will go for his 3rd win in a Cubs uniform as Dusty Baker's Reds invade the north side. Next. The Cubs are back home on the north side for the week after a huge 5-1 road trip. And we are set for Chicago Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Beautiful night here in Chicago, and the Cubs host the Cincinnati Reds in the first of a 3-game set. And hi again, everyone. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. The Cubs start this homestand 5 games up on the second place Milwaukee Brewers, and coming off a great trip to Atlanta and Florida.
A great road trip. I mean, based on the 5 victories in 6 games alone, it was a great road trip. But for me, as importantly, Lou Piniella was able to rest some of his regulars on that 6-game trip. The off day yesterday, very comfortable temperatures tonight. Hopefully the team is rested and ready to go.
21.5 games separate these two teams, the Cubs and the Reds. 5-4 is the season series, but again, the Reds are a little bit different, aren't they?
Yeah, 21 home runs for the Reds. A lot of those home runs left town when Ken Griffey Jr. and Adam Dunn packed up their bats and moved along.
All right, the pitching matchup tonight might see some strikeouts. Johnny Cueto and Rich Harden.
Well, we know what Rich Harden is capable of doing if he has his good stuff on a given night, and Johnny Cueto, one of the fine young pitchers in the National League.
So it's Cueto for the Reds, Harden for the Cubs as he makes his 20th start here in 2008. It's Dusty versus Lou. Joey Votto against Giovanni Soto. Reds and Cubs coming up next.
It's on everybody's mind these days. So trade up to better fuel economy now at the Chevy Model Year-End event with a fuel-efficient 08 Chevy. Like the 08 Malibu LS with an EPA estimated 30 miles per gallon highway. Qualified lessees with a current GMAC lease get a low-mileage lease on this 08 Malibu LS for around $259 a month. Call for details. Log on now to ChevyDealer.com.
Hi, we're Team Teskies.
We're here to help you with all your pet care needs.
Picking the right puppy for your home.
And everything you need to care for her. A bird that talks. Find a friendly guinea pig. Keep your rabbit healthy. Helping your kids find Nemo.
We're Team Teskies.
Teskies has hundreds of dog and cat food varieties to choose from, as well as furnishings, cages, grooming supplies, sundries, toys and treats and toys. Teskies, Bettendorf and Moline.
Teskies, where homes come to life.
Here at the River Bandits, interns do a little bit of everything. So I'm pretty busy. I check the inflatables, make sure the water's hot in the Joomer's hot tub, and the beer is cold in the concession stands. Because with 2-for-1 drinks every Thursday, we sell a lot of beer. I also help load fireworks, do sound checks for our free concerts, and water the cornfield. But mostly my job is to make sure every fan is comfortable. Because at Modern Women Park, the most important person is you. My name's Emily. Come see me and all the River Bandits at Modern Women Park.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Chevy. Log on now to ChevyDriveChicago.com. Check us out today, ChevyDriveChicago.com. Midas, for brakes, oil changes, tires, and more. Trust the Midas Touch. Your Chicago area Lexus dealer who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. At Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois, we want to give you the security to experience wellness everywhere. Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Cadillac, Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit. And by Southwest Airlines. With Southwest Airlines, you're now free to be more productive. Visit southwest.com today.
Well, the first 10,000 fans through the gates receiving a Cubs home cap. Compliments of the Museum of Science and Industry. Well, partner, we sit here on August 19th. In some ways feels like September 19th. A little bit cooler, but it should be a very comfortable evening.
Well, it's supposed to heat up and get a little more humid as this homestand progresses, but at least for this evening, very cool, comfortable temperatures here. Wind blowing straight in off the lake. Great night for baseball.
Big crowds expected all week. And throwing out the ceremonial first pitch tonight, Raymond McCaskey, Chief Executive Officer of Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois, Texas, Oklahoma, and New Mexico. Good to have him here at the ballpark tonight. And good to have Rich Harden on the mound, making his 7th start of the year for the Cubs, his 20th overall if you combine his stats. And the Cubs. And let's check out the Reds Southwest starting lineup he's going to face. Been a tough go here lately for Dusty Baker's crew. They've lost 17 of their last 22. Chris Dickerson, one of the 3 rookie position players in their lineup. Keppinger, Bruce, Brandon Phillips, Joey Votto at first, Edwin Encarnacion with a career high 22 home runs over at third. Corey Patterson and Paul Bacco, former Cubs, in their lineup, and yet another rookie, Johnny Cueto, the pitcher, batting 9th.
And let's take a look at the Cubs defensively, brought to you by Rico. Move your ideas forward with Rico dependability. Soriano, Edmonds, Fukudome across the outfield. Ramirez, Terrio, DeRosa, Lee across the infield. Soto behind the dish tonight for right-hander Rich Harden. Good numbers for Rich Harden his last time out. At 8-0 victory against the Atlanta Braves. Went 5 innings, gave up 2 hits, shut him out. He did walk 5 batters in that game. 3 of those came with 2 outs in the 3rd inning. He was able to get the 3rd out before any damage was done.
Now the key umpires, Larry Vanover in his 16th year will work the plate. The crew chief, Tim McClellan, will be behind the plate tomorrow night. Mike Everett, Todd Titchener, 2nd and 3rd respectively. There are those game conditions, very enjoyable. And right now the wind is blowing in. Cubs come in 76-48. Tied for the 2nd best record in all of baseball. They have the 2nd best home mark at 45-17. The Reds come in 55-70. They're in last in the Central, 21.5 games out. So here's Chris Dickerson, left-handed batter playing left field. Again, no Dunn, no Griffey. They have both been traded. And the first pitch from Rich Harden is a called strike. Cornermen in a little bit against Dickerson. You were checking out the scouting report on him, and he runs well.
Yeah, for a big guy, he's listed at 6'3", 226 pounds, but in the Baseball America's Tools survey, the fastest runner and best athlete in the Reds organization.
And he flies out to Alfonso Soriano. So 1 out, and here comes a shortstop, Jeff Keppinger, who has hit .367 in his career here at Wrigley Field.
Keppinger's had a number of injuries this season. He's only .235 over his last 6 games. You go back to July 1st, hitting only .195.
And that'll go down as Harden gets him on 1 pitch. He grounds out to Aramas. Here comes Jay Bruce. Started his major league career in center field when he came up in late May with Dunn and Griffey on the corners, but he's now in right.
Jay Bruce in his short major league career has proven he's a pretty good handler of the bat. He's got some pop. Does have 12 home runs, 12 doubles. Also strikes out a lot, walks infrequently. 71 punch outs against 18 walks in 285 at bats.
The 1-1 pitch off the plate. Harden working quickly. Rich has faced the Reds before, but it's been a while. Got a 17-8 win in Oakland back in 2004. That was on June 9th of that season. He gave up 5 runs, 4 earned in 5 1/3, but again didn't face a lot of these current Reds in that outing. Fouled back to the net. Full count, 3-2 with Brandon Phillips on deck. Reds are here for 3. Then the Washington Nationals come in on Friday for the weekend. And it's back to the road for a quick 3-game trip. Swing and a miss. Harden with his first strikeout. And he goes 1-2-3 in the first. Soriano, Terrio, and Lee will start it for the Cubs when we come back.
Bank of America offers the opportunity to see Wrigley Field like never before. Take a 90-minute guided tour and see the press box, locker room, dugouts, and more. With the new expanded summer schedule, it's now more convenient than ever to experience beautiful Wrigley Field. Purchase tickets by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS or by visiting Cubs.com.
This is a public announcement to all car buyers interested in buying the vehicle of their choice for a fraction of its original factory list price and get 2.9% APR financing. The David Bruce Auto Center in Bourbonnais is conducting this first-time ever sales event. Row after row of low-mileage trade-ins of every description, including many low-mileage, high-MPG Toyotas traded during David Bruce's 10 event. We've got the cars, and we're ready to sell regardless of profit, so be ready to buy. David Bruce's Car Buyers Sales Event.
We've come to this bayou because we found something extraordinary. The internet. It seems it can't hide here either.
Simply insert the AT&T Laptop Connect card and you're connected at up to 3G speeds.
Download presentations. Even track your company's inventory all on the go. I'm Bill Curtis, and I just found the internet.
The internet can't hide anymore. Switch to the network with the best coverage and get the AT&T Laptop Connect card for free.
Hey Cubs fans, are you looking to get tickets to the hottest Cubs games this year? Visit Cubs.com and click on StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Cubs.com. Don't miss all the fun and excitement at the friendly confines with StubHub. There's always a ticket available to a Cubs game.
Now the Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Again, they come in 28 games over 500. Soriano leading it off. Game-tying 2-run double. That big 7th on Sunday. Terrio at short, Derek Lee at first. Aramis Ramirez had the game-winning hit in that 7th inning. Edmund Soto Fukudome hitting 7th. Mark DeRosa batting 8th with 71 RBIs. How about that? Rich Harden, the pitcher, will hit 9th.
Take a quick look at the Reds defensively. Dickerson, Patterson, and Bruce across the outfield. Encarnacion, Keppinger, Phillips, and Votto across the infield. Behind the plate, veteran Paul Bacco. And on the mound, right-hander Johnny Cueto.
His first pitch is off the plate inside. 1 ball, no strikes.
Cueto, a big-time strikeout pitcher, 136 punch-outs in 145 innings. Does give up his share of base hits as well. Pitch count is always a factor when Johnny Cueto's on the mound, and if the Cubs can exhibit the same kind of patient offense they did on that road trip, have a chance of getting the right-hander out of the game quickly.
Bounced that one up there. Well, the Reds bumped right-hander Josh Fogg back originally to Friday, keeping the 3 starters in this series on their regular day. But they just announced that Aaron Harang, who was scheduled to start on Thursday afternoon, will now be pushed back to Friday, so he will not face the Cubs this time around, and Fogg will pitch on Thursday. Harang 3-13 on the year. He has neck spasms, so he's been pushed back 1 day. Pulled foul.
I think that got a piece of Fonzie's bat right there. Headed back for another one. Boy, the second bat is clean as a whistle right out of the box. He's going to have to put some pine tar and rosin on that one before he goes back up to the plate to continue his at bat. We've talked about that in the past. Most players have 2 or 3 bats ready for game action. They're XXX gamer, and then they've got a couple of backup bats usually tarred up and ready to go.
And a new feature, our AT&T delivery. And Soriano delivering lately offensively. Big time, not this time, however, as he swings and misses for the first out.
As we saw there from Johnny Cueto, he's a guy that likes his fastball and likes to feature it across the top of the strike zone. He works up a lot to the right-handed hitters with his heater. To the lefties, he'll work up and in. He does feature a fastball, a slider, a changeup, and he's really fallen in love with the slider. Coach Dick Pohl has worked with the grip on that slider, and it's a pitch that he really feels confident in. And first innings have given him a problem this season. 23 runs scored by the opponents in the first inning of his starts.
Well, he's only 22 years old, signed originally in 2004. He's 2-0 on Ryan Terrio from San Pedro de Macorís in the Dominican Republic. Good trip for Ryan. He hit .348, knocked in a couple, walked 6 times, and scored 3 times. 95 on the heater, 2 balls and a strike. Good to have the voice of the Blackhawks, who was just in our production truck, Pat Foley, stopping by. He comes to the ballpark a lot. It's driven into center. It's holding up for Corey Patterson. And Terrio lines out, 2 down, with Derek Lee coming up. I thought Dave Turner might let Pat Foley sit in and call a few shots tonight from the truck instead of in the booth. One strike on Derek. Cueto working fast off the inside corner. Cubs lost a half game off their lead as Milwaukee beat Houston last night 9-3. CC Sabathia with another complete game, 130 pitches. His 5th complete game in 9 starts with the Brewers. He's 8-0. As a member of the Brewers, his only no decision was against the Cubs. He also had 2 hits and 2 RBIs. He has done it all. Ryan Braun continues to have back issues. To check out and see if he's in their lineup tonight, as Ben Sheets will face Brian Moeller. Now Gabe Kapler getting the start in left tonight. And the Brewers lead 1-0 in the bottom of the first. Ground ball to the shortstop. Jeff Keppinger scoops it up, throws to Votto. And both starters looking pretty crisp here in the first inning. On to the second, 0-0.
Thanks, folks. I gotta get going. Cindy, keep my plane ready a little later. We're not finished yet. Cindy, I got stuck on a client call. Cindy, something else just came up.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Cindy.
Your plane is ready.
Thanks, Cindy. You're the best.
With 14 daily one-stop or connecting flights, you'll feel like you have your own company plane. You can count on Southwest Airlines to get you there on time with friendly customer service.
You are now free to move about the country.
Quality products for low prices, Menards. Give your home the appearance of real logs with Meadow Valley Log Siding. A 2x6 piece is 79 cents a linear foot. A 2x8 is only 99 cents a linear foot. Finish your siding or protect your deck with CWF UV exterior wood finish. It penetrates deep into the wood to seal out moisture. Honey gold, clear, cedar, or redwood finishes are on sale $15.97 a gallon. 5-gallon pails are also on sale.
Save big money at Menards. There's something in the way you move, little
something in the way you talk that make me realize there's something in the way you move that make me.
The 2008 Volvo S80 luxury sedan. Get together with yours at the Volvo Model Year-End event. Now's the best time to get an 08 Volvo. Event ends September 2nd.
Anybody we play is more than capable of playing well against you and winning baseball games. So we're at home. We just need to continue to play good, solid baseball at home, and our job, hopefully, is to win series. That's what we're going to try to do.
Well, that's Lou talking about this stretch of games against teams that are under 500. 6 here. Brandon Phillips leading off the second for the Reds. Reds and the Nationals, and then a quick 3-game trip to Pittsburgh. And on paper, it gets a lot more difficult after that. But these are all very important series.
Yeah, for teams that are quote unquote out of the pennant race at this point in the season, these kind of series can be your season savers. You go out and play well against a team that's looking forward to the postseason. That's somewhat of a feather in your cap late in a disappointing season.
That's driven deep to left, but he was out in front of it. And it lands foul in the seats. And along those lines, the Reds will have a lot to say about who's going to make it to the playoffs from this division. They play the Cubs, the Brewers, and the Cardinals all 6 times each the rest of the way. Swing and the miss. Good change up 2-2 on Phillips. Was talking with former Cub and Cubs coach Chris Spire, the bench and infield coach for the Reds. He says Brandon Phillips defensively is as good, if not better, than any second baseman he's ever seen.
Wow, that's pretty high praise. And Chris Spire knows his defensive infield play as well as anybody. Now we know Phillips has got the range to cover all the ground on the right side of the field. He's got a strong throwing arm, quick hands around the bag at second base. Only 5 errors on the season.
There's Spy. Spying on the Cubs dugout. Swing and a miss. It's a good nickname for a bench coach, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. You've got 6 sets of eyes to use on your coaching staff to keep an eye on that other dugout, the other bullpen. Obviously the play on the field, just to see if you can pick up any kind of an edge whatsoever. Good fastball rushed right by Brandon Phillips that time.
Pardon me, Bob. I was going to say, you know, Rich Harden, this already matches his strikeout total from his last start. It was a kind of a strange night. He didn't give up any runs, only 2 hits at Atlanta in game 2 of that split doubleheader. Got the win, combined on a 3-hit shutout, but he walked a season high 5 and struck out just 2. But again, didn't give up any runs for the second time as a member of the Cubs.
Now that's the bottom line. It doesn't matter how you get it done, just get it done. And he was able to shut down the Braves over his 5 innings of work.
Well, that's 3 now as he strikes out Votto. 3 in a row, going back to the punch out of Jay Bruce to end the first. Tomorrow is 7-Eleven day here at Wrigley Field. Don't miss any of the action as the Cubs battle these Reds at 7:05. Throughout the game, great prizes will be awarded to lucky fans and random seats, compliments of 7-Eleven. Oh, thank heaven. Swing and the miss. Edwin Encarnacion, the third baseman. Rich Harden has now allowed 1 or 0 runs in 5 of his 6 starts as a Cub. That's how good he's been. 1-1 pitch. Went after the high fastball, couldn't catch up to it. 1-2. 11.33 strikeouts per 9 innings for Harden. And that leads all major league starters with a minimum of 13 starts. .200 batting average against, also first. So I think the bottom line is if he throws strikes, it's pretty tough to beat.
You know, one thing for Rich Harden, Len, he needs to get the proper split between his fastball and his changeup. There have been a couple of games this year where he didn't have his best fastball, and there wasn't really quite the difference between the fastball and the changeup you'd like to see.
Called strike 3, fastball on the outside corner. And Encarnacion already having issues with Larry Vanover. Still scoreless early on.
Exceptionally brewed for a taste that's pure Amsterdam. Amstel Light, one damn good beer.
It's Toyota's National Clearance Event, the perfect time for amazing deals and selection. Right now, lease the best-selling car in America, the 31-mile-per-gallon rated Camry LE, for just $199 a month, or get $500 cash back. Or get a new 2008 Sienna with 0% financing for 60 months, or $1,800 cash back. Great deals on great vehicles. So don't miss this opportunity to save big at the Toyota National Clearance Event. Hurry into your Toyota dealer today.
We love Office Depot. Office Depot takes care of everything. For my small business, I trust Office Depot. So when Allie showed me her back-to-school supplies list, it was a no-brainer. Office Depot had everything on her list, and at low prices, guaranteed.
And it gets even better. Office Depot saves you money for back to school. And now through Wednesday, get school glue for 20 cents each, and a 12-pack of pencils for just 50 cents each.
Nobody takes care of us like Office Depot.
We love Office Depot.
Taking care of business.
Exceptionally brewed for a taste that's pure Amsterdam. Amstel Light, one damn good beer.
Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Kia Motors. Kia, the power to surprise. Rico, move your ideas forward with Rico dependability. And by Nissan and your Nissan dealer.
Still looking for the first base runner of the night. As Aramis Ramirez digs in, big swing, came up empty. Boy, these two starters can miss some bats.
Last time Ramirez faced Cueto, he took him deep. We've seen that a couple of times lately, that the players in the Cubs lineup on a given night against a pitcher they've only seen once or twice. It seems like Aramis Ramirez is the guy that most quickly figures out the opposing pitcher.
Cueto's not in the top 10 in strikeouts, but he's not too far away. Only 5 strikeouts away from Ted Lilly, who's currently 10th. But he will give up home runs. Tied for third in most homers allowed in the National League.
26 on the season, including that one by Aramis Ramirez earlier this summer.
And the 1-2 hits him. Ow. Just above the hip, which was contused on the headfirst slide in Atlanta. So you know what? That's probably fine now. He's not worried about the hip. Now he's worried about the ribs or the back.
That's one way to forget about an existing injury. Get a new one.
Yeah, it's my grandfather always used to say.
That's the 10th batter that Cueto has plunked this year. And there's nothing off speed about that. That was a low 90s fastball that caught him high in the rib cage there.
Not what Cueto wanted to do, and he now faces Jim Edmonds, who has gone 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts this year versus the rookie right-hander who works from the stretch for the first time, and that's way inside.
Yeah, the 2 young guns for this Reds ball club, Edinson Volquez and Johnny Cueto. Volquez with 11 hit batters, and now Cueto with 10.
Cubs get a break. They will not face Volquez in this series. The All-Star 15-5 with a 2.73. Two and nothing on Edmonds. The pitch. Missed again, 3-0. Paul Bacco's going to go out and chat with his young starter. And while we have a moment, want to send out congratulations to Maggie McGuire O'Brien and her husband Seamus O'Brien on the birth of their son James O'Brien Jr. He was born yesterday. Everybody's doing well. And Mark McGuire, the Cubs executive vice president of business operations, and his lovely wife Bo are grandparents for the first time. Ball 4. So a hit batter and a walk. An excellent start to the bottom of the second as Giovanni Soto will come up. Soto 3 for 5, a double and a homer. Has also walked and struck out against Cueto, who deals a first pitch strike. Including the 5-1 trip, the Cubs have taken 6 of their last 7 overall. 9 of 11, 16 of 20. And they're 11-4 in the month of August. You can go back to June 3rd, 2007, when the Cubs were 22-31 in Lou Piniella's first year. Since then, they have the best record in the majors, 139 wins, only 94 losses. It's a double play ball. They go 5-4-3. So Ramirez is left at third base, and there are 2 outs.
And I think we saw one of the reasons right there why Chris Spire feels Brandon Phillips is one of the best defenders he's ever seen. Usually a double play, there's a certain rhythm and a timing. That timing was all messed up at second base right there, but Phillips was able to make the throw off balance with plenty on it to get the out at first base and avoid the sliding Jim Edmonds at second base. Very athletic play right there.
Now Kosuke, he knocked a run in that 8-run 7th on Sunday with a sacrifice fly. Cueto back to the windup with a runner at third and 2 outs. Wind and the 1-1 pitch, ground ball to Phillips, goes down on a knee, up with it, short throw, and the inning is over. No hits, but a hit batter and a walk got the Cubs started. They come up empty, 0-0.
It's game time. Skybox is right up here in section la-di-da. How's everybody doing? Can anybody tell me what inning we're in? All right, boys, we take it back to high life. See, the high life is about sitting in the sun and watching your favorite pitcher get lit up. Take him out. And they can't even hear me through this glass. Come on, boys. Need to smell me a hot dog or something. Just know I'm alive. Woo! Let me pass out some high life. That's what I'm talking about.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Chicago Cubs and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Chicago Cubs.
If you need to tow it, Quad City Spring has it. Quad City Spring is the area's suspension, spring, truck accessory, and towing experts. From goosenecks and fifth wheels to every kind of hitch imaginable, including Blue Ox base plates and tow bars, strong as an ox. And Quad City Spring installs and services everything they sell. So tow it right. Get your ride to Quad City Spring. Quad City Spring, 34th Street at River Drive in Moline.
If it's got a motor, that's our slogan here at Clinton Motor Works. And if it's got a motor, we service it and fix it the right way. We promise to show you why your vehicle needs what it needs before we fix a thing. Make sure your car is ready for the upcoming summer with an air conditioning system check and all the maintenance necessary to get the best fuel economy. We use only the best parts and have only the best people to install them. Motorcycles, get them to us now. Let's get them ready to ride. For your next routine maintenance or complete overhaul, we'll see you soon at Clinton Motorworks.
If it's got a motor.
Hey, Cub fans, Cub games are now on Comcast Sportsnet on demand. Comcast customers go to digital channel 999, then look for Comcast Sportsnet and watch Cub games on demand. Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Cub games on demand, not available in all areas.
Couple of former Cubs to face Rich Harden here in the third inning, starting with Corey Patterson. Paul Bacco next, and then the pitcher Cueto. 1-0 on Corey. Comes in at just 197. Is hitting 261 this month. Way up in the air, down along the right field line, and it's going to be DeRosa in the bullpen to make the catch. So 7 up, 7 down for Rich Harden.
Hey fans, don't miss the action as the Cubs battle the Reds on Thursday. Game time is 1:20, but be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will receive a Cubs keychain, compliments of Comcast Sportsnet.
Good change for a strike. We got the Cubs hats on. Color coordinated. Easy to spot out there in right center. Another low on base percentage. And Patterson and Bacco both with an on base percentage under 300. The Reds as a team at 320. That's 13th in the National League. 12th in runs. 4th in home runs, 145. But you alluded to it in the open. A lot of those home runs left when Adam Dunn and Ken Griffey Jr. were traded away.
Edwin Encarnacion with 22 homers. Brandon Phillips with 20 lead the way for the Reds. Joey Votto with 14. But two of their best home run sluggers are now applying their trade elsewhere.
Junior on the south side. And Adam Dunn with the Diamondbacks. Full count on Bacco with the pitcher on deck. Unlike Ryan Dempster, Rich Harden, as he gets a strikeout, doesn't put the hand into the glove until very late. And Dempster has a very intricate fanning of the glove as he tries not to tip any of his pitches. Well, that high heat's working tonight.
You know, really the determining factor is how do you grip your various pitches, and for Rich Harden, he doesn't throw a two-seam fastball. He basically just throws the four-seamer and the changeup. And both of those pitches, I believe, are gripped across the seam. So he places the ball in the glove and he can go in there and get either pitch easily.
Soto makes a catch. Got some donuts and bats to navigate around. Hang around the night. Early on, Harden has dominated.
The Chicago Cubs strongly encourage the use of public transportation. The CTA offers a variety of options, including the Red Line, which stops right at Wrigley Field at the Addison Station. If you must drive, try the remote parking operation at DeVry University, located near the Addison and Rockwell intersection. The remote lot offers parking and an express bus for just $6. For more details, call the CTA hotline at 773-836-7000 or visit Cubs.com.
So I can pick any 5 of those items for just $5.95.
Yes, sir. They're all classics.
What about an Arby's Melt Soft Drink, mozzarella sticks, curly fries, and a Jamocha shake?
$5.95.
What about fries, an Arby's Melt, mozzarella sticks, a turnover, and a Jamocha shake?
$5.95.
What about 3 Arby's Melts, 1 mozzarella sticks?
And a Jamocha shake?
No, thank you. I'll have
5 curly fries.
The Arby's Pick 5 for $5.95 deal. So amazing, it'll have you saying, I'm thinking Arby's.
Wednesday on Chicago Tribune Live, complete coverage of the Chicago baseball teams. We'll break down the White Sox and Mariners series finale. Plus, we'll be live from Wrigley as the Cubs are under the lights. All that and more Wednesday at 5:30.
Welcome back to Wrigley Field through 2.5. No score. And Bob, we had a great time yesterday at Cantini out in Wheaton. Great golf club. It's our second year out there. The Swinging Away sweepstakes with Len and Bob. Apparently 3,500 entrants. And Aaron Cardwell was the winner. And Aaron and Chris Bleckschmidt played golf with us. And we had a wonderful time out there.
A beautiful day. Great course. Great company.
We want to thank Andrew Luthane from the Chicago District Golf Association, Mike Nass, and everyone at Cantini Golf Club. Steve, our caddy, was outstanding. Brad West, Tom Harriet, Steve Stroud from Comcast Sportsnet were also out there. And Aaron Cardwell is related to the late Don Cardwell. And he and Chris were excellent on the course. Chris a lefty, and I think he probably played about as well as you. You had a really good day.
I think Chris was the medalist. I quickly totaled up the scores, and as I always say, my math skills aren't great, but I think Chris took home the trophy yesterday. Rightfully so. He hit him well.
Foul tip, 2-2.
And we saw parts of that course that most good golfers never get an opportunity to see. Of course, I guess it technically isn't part of the course when you knock it over there in the cow field, but that's all right.
Well, we played Woodside, and I found the woods a lot. Then we played Lakeside, and I found the lake.
Unfortunately, they didn't have 9 holes called Greenside, or we'd have been in business.
Fairway side.
Yeah.
Fouled off, still 3-2. Yeah, they had a tournament out there. The rough was extra long. Greens were extra fast.
That's a tough combination.
Another payoff pitch and another foul. And a good grinded out at bat. DeRosa hitting 8th. 14 homers, 71 RBIs. You'd be hard pressed to find another National League lineup with an 8-hitter producing like Mark DeRosa, who hasn't hit 8th all year, but somebody has to hit 8th in this lineup.
And really, no matter who Lou plugs into that 8 spot, Giovanni Soto's hit there on occasion. Ryan Theriot, Mike Fontenot, Mark DeRosa.
A fly to deep right. This is Jay Bruce circling, slipping, can't get it. DeRosa on his way to second, and that'll be a double. Jay Bruce having some trouble.
Welcome to Wrigley Field, Jay Bruce.
Yep.
Wind blowing straight in from center field. That ball had some side English off the right-handed bat of Mark DeRosa. Bruce went to where he thought the ball was going to come down, but the wind pushed it down about 5 feet in front of where he ended up. Just misses the diving attempt. Mark DeRosa ends up at second base with a leadoff double.
I don't know if we're going to see a no-hitter tonight, but Johnny Cueto won't get one. It should have been an out, and here's a throw to second behind DeRosa, and a good play by Keppinger to keep that ball out of center.
I say it every time, but it's worth pointing out once again, anytime you have a bunt opportunity with a runner at second, it's a dangerous proposition. You see where Keppinger was positioned. Either Keppinger or Brandon Phillips, one of the middle infielders, is going to be close to the bag at second as Harden fouls one out of play. And when that batter bunts through the ball, the runner invariably tries to get an extra step on that secondary lead and becomes real vulnerable to that pickoff attempt.
And we don't know how the rest of the night's going to play out, but Cueto and Harden have both looked very sharp. The wind is blowing in, so you have to treat this third inning like one run could mean the ball game. So this is a big spot here for Rich Harden, trying to help his own cause.
Well, ideally, he gets that bunt down the third base line and deadens it. Forces Edwin Encarnacion to come in and make the play. Get it far enough away from Johnny Cueto that the Reds pitcher can't handle it.
But he bunts it foul, and that's a strikeout. Time now for our Coors Light freeze can. Giovanni Soto making a catch. And Bob, as a catcher here, what do? You can't look down too much, right? You're looking for the ball.
You just try to step lightly. A couple of batting sleeves, a donut, a weighted bat, a pine tar rag, all kinds of paraphernalia over there in that on-deck circle. But Giovanni Soto, like a ballerina, works his way through all of it.
So what probably should happen here after Harden can't get the bunt down is a 2-run homer. We'll see. Strike one.
Well, there's no question Fonzie's capable of driving home a runner from second base. But had Rich Harden been able to get that sac bunt down, it would force the Reds to then bring their infield in, which makes any hitter in the major leagues a lot more dangerous when you shorten up the range of those infielders.
Happy birthday wishes go out to Robbie Ray Melody of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Robbie Ray turning 45 today. Ground ball to short. DeRosa caught, and he's out. Took a couple of steps toward third, tried to get back to second, but on the flip, Keppinger to Phillips. They get him. 2 outs, and now Soriano on a fielder's choice is at first base.
That's the fundamental mistake on the part of Mark DeRosa, and I'm sure he'd be the first one to admit it. That ground ball hit to your right. You have to know where that defender is behind you. And that time that ball was hit almost directly to Jeff Keppinger at shortstop. A very easy play for him to shovel on to Brandon Phillips for the out.
Well, he almost flipped late. It was a high toss, and Phillips got the tag down just in time.
We'll probably see a few more pickoff attempts in this sequence as we get one more look at that last play. That ball is hit directly at the shortstop. One of the last things you do as a base runner before you take your lead off is one quick look over your shoulder to see where that shortstop is positioned.
They got him that time. Cueto picks off Soriano. So the last 2 innings, the Cubs with the leadoff man on base at second base, in fact, with nobody out, but they have not scored through 3.
The event is now on, but it won't last forever. The Lexus Summer Sales Event, where you'll find the best values of the year now through September 2nd. Lease the 2009 RX 350 all-wheel drive for $459 a month for 36 months for $35.59 due at signing.
Tonight, do the mojito with the refreshingly cool taste of the Bacardi Mojito.
It's a real Cinderella story.
She comes out of nowhere, and it's like food.
Hit after hit.
Are you at a loss for words, Josh?
What do you mean she's going to change TV forever? Well, find out.
One man wants to know the truth.
Put her in every home on the planet. Who is Scarlett? The real Scarlett.
The evidence is staring you in the face.
Scarlett!
Things aren't always what they seem. Scarlet, the new series of TVs from LG.
Thursday, Aramis Ramirez and the Cubs hope to raise the win flag as they slug it out against the Reds in high definition. Coverage starts with Lexus Cubs pregame live. Cubs Reds in HD Thursday at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Well, for the second time in 3 ball games, Alfonso Soriano picked off at first base by a right-handed pitcher. A look from our high-speed shutter cam. The ball beats him over there. Joey Votto with a nice quick tag was really positioned low over there at first base to take that pickoff throw from Cueto.
Dickerson swings and misses as we start the 4th. A 0-0 tie. He flied to left to start the ball game. He took the roster spot of Adam Dunn. Dunn was traded to Arizona. August 12th, recalled from AAA Louisville. 7 of his 9 hits have gone for extra bases. 5 doubles, a triple, and a home run. 9 for 23. He is a cousin of Pro Football Hall of Fame running back Eric Dickerson.
Now, Dickerson, one of those guys that seemed to improve with each level up the ladder he moved in the Reds organization. Had his best power year last year at AAA Louisville when he hit 13 home runs. And has some stolen bases on his resume as well. Has had 27 in a season, 30 last year combined between AA and AAA.
That pitch just nicked the bat. Keppinger and then Bruce for the Reds, who have hit 21 home runs in the first 9 games of this season series. They've hit 7 in a game versus the Cubs twice. But again, no Dunn, who hit 23 career home runs in 60 games at Wrigley Field. No Ken Griffey Jr. No David Ross, who had a 2-homer game at Wrigley. He was designated for assignment recently. As Harden picks up his 6th punch out already. He's only faced 10 batters. Time now for the Aflac trivia question. Who was in the on-deck circle when Hank Aaron hit his 715th home run off Al Downing, setting the then all-time record? Answer coming up in the bottom of the inning. A strike on Keppinger.
Unless you want it right now, because this is one of the rare trivia questions I know the answer to.
Off the plate inside. Hit foul to the right. The 3 members of the Cubs bullpen, Bob Howry, Chad Godin, Sean Marshall, all took some time today to bring smiles to about 50 children with developmental challenges. They were at Advocate Illinois Masonic Medical Center's Pediatric Developmental Center today, and Bob and Chad and Sean signed hats and helmets and other items provided by the Cubs before they came to the ballpark tonight. Ripped into center. That's the first hit for the Reds. It comes with 1 out in the 4th inning. So 39 years to the day, Ken Holtzman threw a no-hitter here with no strikeouts back in 1969 versus Atlanta. Rich Harden will not be able to do the same, but he looked like he might be on his way before that Keppinger hit. They haven't made much contact. And we'll have more on the Holtzman no-no coming up. Ron Santo hit the 3-run homer. That was it. The final was 3-0. Foul tip. Strike 2 on Jay Bruce. And Ron Santo is styling. It's tough to see the shirt, but I mean, that is a great shirt. Like he's had a makeover. He's feeling great. He took the last trip off. Said it was tough to sit out. He was anxious to get back to the ballpark. Nice job by Dave Otto filling in, but great to have Ron back in the piano lounge. I mean, that shirt looked like he took that shirt from Reed Johnson or something.
Yeah, he does. Very stylish. Very stylish.
Ron's going, what are they saying about me?
I think the reason he probably missed the Florida part of the trip was because the heat and humidity would mess with the adhesives.
There's a catch by Kosuke. Bruce trying to find the gap out in right center, and Kosuke cut it off.
Len, I know it's small consolation for those who expected Kosuke Fukudome to lead the league in hitting this year, but even with his struggles at the plate in the second half of the season, he continues to play stellar defense in right field. He gets some of the greatest jumps on balls. It's not unusual to see a center fielder get great jumps because he can see the location of the pitch and whether the batter is early or late, but it's not quite as easy in those corner outfield positions, and Kosuke does it as well as anybody in the game.
He's made several catches just like the one he just made. Running hard into the gap.
On line drives. I mean, it's one thing to run underneath a high fly ball. You can recover if you have good speed and still make a play, but you have to get good jumps to run down line drives.
Good foul by Phillips. Second straight 2020 season for Phillips. .20 home runs, 22 steals. Only 7 players in Reds history have done it more than once. Eric Davis, the club record, 6 times with a 2020 campaign. Vada Pinson, Joe Morgan, Frank Robinson, Phillips, Barry Larkin, Reggie Sanders, all on that list of Reds who have done it more than once.
You mentioned Eric Davis. I'm trying to find him in the media guide here. He's with the ball club right now with the Reds in uniform during batting practice. I think he's a special assistant. Boy, he was a very special player when he came up to the major leagues. I can still remember seeing him hit a home run to straightaway center field at Candlestick Park with the swirling winds. He was long and lean. Eric Davis. 6'3", weighed about 175 pounds, soaking wet when he got to the major leagues. That rare combination of power and speed.
17 seasons in the majors, 282 home runs, 349 stolen bases. Played for Lou Piniella. They won the World Series in 1990. Three and 2 the count. Keppinger with 2 outs is on the move. There's a deep fly ball to right center, but Kosuke is going to get this one too. Right at the edge of the track, and that ends the inning. A hit, their first of the night, but still no runs. 0-0.
Not too close. What do you think? I got that insurance?
What insurance is that, Yogi?
Aflac. The one you really need to have. If you don't have it, that's why you need it.
Need what?
Aflac. Well, if you get hurt and miss work, it won't hurt to miss work. And they give you cash, which is just as good as money.
Aflac. Ask about it at work.
What your engine feels, you feel. And when it's running clean, you feel it. Which is why we developed full synthetic Pennzoil Platinum with active cleansing agents to clean out up to 46% of sludge in the first oil change. That's 3 times better than the leading conventional oil. Pennzoil Platinum Motor Oil. Our ultimate clean for your ultimate feeling. Not just oil, Pennzoil.
This is a public announcement to all car buyers interested in buying the vehicle of their choice for a fraction of its original factory list price and get 2.9% APR financing. The David Bruce Auto Center in Bourbonnais is conducting this first-time ever sales event. Row after row of low-mileage trade-ins of every description, including many low-mileage, high-MPG Toyotas traded during David Bruce's 10 event. We've got the cars, and we're ready to sell regardless of profit, so be ready to buy. David Bruce's Car Buyers Sales Event.
And let's answer tonight's Aflac trivia question. Who was in the on-deck circle when Hank Aaron hit his 715th home run off Al Downing? Dusty Baker, who then hit a double.
Johnny B.
There's a familiar voice. Billy Williams is with us because we have a good connection off the Aflac trivia question as Ryan Theriot leads off the bottom of the 4th inning. Hank Aaron hit the ball that everybody thought was going to break up Ken Holtzman's no-hitter in 1969, but you stayed with it.
I had to. You know, it was a game that it was a game that the wind was blowing in about 35 miles per hour, and of course Kenny Holtzman. And it's ironic that day he didn't strike out a batter. Guys were putting the ball in play, and we had some guys making good plays, but the wind was blowing in about 35 miles per hour, and of course I stayed with the baseball and caught it in the vines, and the only way I could do that, I had a little extra yard of footage back in that way. I could go in that little cutout there and catch the baseball.
That one missed. 3-2. Ontario, or with Cubs senior advisor Billy Williams talking about that day 39 years ago. Can you believe it?
Yeah, it seemed like it was yesterday when it happened. But, you know, I tell everybody that, you know, the no-hitter, we went in and congratulated as a base hit going to center field.
Ontario is going to try to get 2 out of it, and he will rather easily.
But it all came down to the last play when Henry Aaron hit the ball. I think he made the last out. And he hit the ball to Glenn Beckett. We complimented Kenny Holtzman, but we laughed at Glenn Beckett when he caught the ball.
So here's the fly ball. Up against the wall.
See, I got an extra couple of inches there where I could catch the ball.
And here's the play you were just talking about.
Oops.
A little bit of a stumble, but he got it done.
You know the old saying, hit it to me? I don't think he said that day.
Well, I have a favorite saying too, Billy. No pictures, just numbers, and he made the play.
I hear you.
He made the
but
play.
We had a lot of fun with that. And of course, Kenny, as I mentioned, didn't strike out anybody, and he didn't have a good curveball that day. He was just throwing fastballs, and he mesmerized the Atlanta Braves hitters that day.
Well, I think it's very interesting that it's the anniversary and that we have you in the booth, because Rich Harden, who did give up a single to Jeff Keppinger with 1 out in the top of this inning, had 6 strikeouts through the first 10 batters. Well, no-hit stuff tonight, but a very different feel because, as you said, Holtzman didn't strike out anybody.
Well, I think this is the great thing about this 2008 club.
That's got deep to center, and the wind's going to knock it down. Terrio's tagging, however, and he'll end up at third base. So Derek Lee does not get a sac fly out of it, but he does put Theriot at third with 1 out.
I think you see a good example while we're in the situation that we're in now. You see a ball that was hit out in right field, could have went all the way to the wall. Kosuke made a great play on it, and this is what we've been doing. Ramirez playing the best defense I've seen him play since he was first year with the Pirates. And of course, the Gold Glove at first base, and oh man, what can we say about the 2 guys that have been playing center field, Edmund and Reed? You know, that was great. Anytime you win a pennant, you know, going like we're doing, playing good baseball, you got to have that. You got to have some surprises. And when we picked up these 2 individuals, you know, they fitted in well.
Infield in against an RBI machine, Aramis Ramirez. 1 strike on him. We're with Hall of Famer Billy Williams here in the bottom of the 4th. 0-0. Cubs trying to get on the board first.
Well, this is the team we got to beat, you know. We got to play good baseball, good sound baseball.
1-1. Do you like Ron Santo's new shirt?
Yeah.
He's styling.
I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I'm telling you. My ex-teammate has done a heck of a job. You know, he's ready now.
He had the game-winning 3-run homer that day 39 years ago.
Yes, he did. I was reading about it in the paper this morning. 3-run homer. And you see how excited he was when he went up and hugged Kenny Holtzman. And that's the way Ronnie were. You know, we had a good time that year. It was a fun year, and everybody just did a great job.
Well, it's hard to fathom how into the games Ronnie must have been. When we watch him in the broadcast booth and he's moaning and groaning and throwing things around when things aren't going the Cubs' way, I can't imagine what he must have been like as a teammate.
I tell you one thing, you don't have to know the score of the ball game. Just listen at Ronnie. You know, you could tell whether or not we're losing or winning. Oh, that brings back a lot of memory. Fun time.
Well, Aramis just struck out for the second out, so now the infield is back, and it's up to Jim Edmonds to get it done, and he fouls back to the backstop, and he has gotten it done, Billy.
You're right about that, Len. He's really done a good job when he was here. You know, to see him when he first came, I know he had to correct some things after being out for a while, not getting a chance to play, and with the Angels, and coming over with San Diego Padres. You know, he had to come over here, and he got with a hitting coach, and they stretched him out a little bit. He got back to where he were when he was with the Cardinals. Now he's swinging the bat real well. I've seen a lot of balls which was familiar when he was with the Cardinals, hitting over the left center field. The high pitch, you know, he's one of those left-handed hitters could hit that high pitch.
Cueto from the wind-up with a runner at third and 2 outs. We've seen that happen now a couple of times tonight. Cubs keep getting the leadoff man in scoring position with no outs. It's the third straight inning they've done that, and they're trying to get Terrio in now with 2 gone. Into the leadoff double. Move to third on the fly out by Lee. And then Aramis struck out, and Cueto now 2-2 on Edmonds.
Well, the one thing with this ball club, you like to get it done the first 4 or 5 innings. But the way they've been playing, they kind of got the confidence now that they could score in the 8th inning, they could score in the 9th inning. And it was great to see Ward get into the game the other day and hit the 3-run homer. So that was great. You got to have one guy like that to pick you up.
Well, come up a little short here this time, but a long way to go. 0-0. There's number 26 on a foul pole. Billy, thanks for stopping by as always. You're the best.
Good, Len. Thank you. Thank you, Bob.
See you, Billy.
Congratulations. Good luck to your son.
Southwest Airlines presents a lesson on low fares.
All righty, let's see. Well, no big difference there. Guess it doesn't matter who I choose. Whoa. $25 second check bag fee. Well, that's kind of par for the $15 first check bag fee. What? Whoa. Well, $20 aisle seat fee. Oh, no. I'm not paying that.
At Southwest Airlines, what you see is what you pay. Book your next flight on southwest.com.
You are now free to move about the country.
Deciding a color? Let's start with some idea cards. That'll get you the right one.
We're here because we've been there with the tools, products, and advice to get it done right. True Value. Start right. Start here.
Get the right products and expert advice for your next painting project at K&K True Value. Start right. Start here.
When you need your vehicle repaired, look no further than River City Pipe Benders. Why? Other than auto body, River City Pipe Benders can repair anything and everything, from oil changes to transmission and engine overhauls. River City Pipe Benders is one of the only places that repairs everything. The same technician will always repair your vehicle and will know your vehicle. No one is on commission. River City Pipe Benders tells it like it is. Trust Clinton's own full-service repair facility. Trust River City Pipe Benders.
Watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox, Comcast Sportsnet. Cubs baseball is brought to you in part by Aflac. Ask about it at work, and by the Toyota Tundra. Visit whytundra.com to find out why the Toyota Tundra is a great way to keep moving forward.
The Cubs keep getting a lot of chances, but Johnny Cueto has been able to escape to this point, so we're still deadlocked at 0. And as we get into the 5th inning, Joey Votto turns on one. Derek Lee with a leaping catch.
Votto guessed right first pitch there. He anticipated a changeup and got the changeup, hit it hard, but Derek Lee right there, Johnny on the spot going up the ladder. Grabbing a rebound when he used to be a high school All-American.
He could have ended up possibly at North Carolina to play basketball. I think he made the right choice. Would have had a chance to walk on the Tar Heels basketball team under Dean Smith. And played baseball there, but instead signed with the Padres. 2-0 on Encarnacion. The Reds have hit the ball much harder here the last 2 innings. They do have 1 hit. And Harden has struck out 6. There goes the bat. He didn't break it. He just let go of it.
Well, that's something you usually see quite a lot against a good changeup pitcher, a guy that really pulls the string well. You fool the hitter, you get him out front, he tries to extend his swing, loosens the grip on the bat to try to get out there, and this time it comes right out of his hands.
Now a 2-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3. That's 7 now for Rich. We mentioned Pat Foley. Got the hockey guys out here. Jim Corno Jr., our executive producer, on the far right. Talking money, I think.
Yeah, he is.
Producer Mike Leary, Pat Foley, and Eddie Olczyk. Getting ready for the Blackhawks season here on Comcast Sportsnet. Popped up back of second base by Patterson. Terrio catches. And that's the inning. We're halfway home. The starters have dominated. Cubs keep getting chances. We'll see if they can cash in. 0-0.
MGD 64.
I'll have a vodka cranberry 64.
12 ounces, 64 calories. MGD 64. As light as it gets.
People think the terms SUV and fuel economy don't mix. Truth is, a Buick Enclave crossover has better fuel economy than Acura MDX. It has an EPA estimated 24 highway MPG, and unlike the Acura, Enclave seats up to 8. Look it up. Plus, get the best coverage in America.
Qualified buyers now get 2.9% APR financing for 60 months plus $750 purchase bonus cash on any 2008 Buick Enclave. See your local Buick Pontiac GMC dealer.
Introducing generic prescriptions for less than $1 a week at Walgreens. For less than $1 a week on more than 400 generics. Get big savings on over 5,000 other generic and name brand prescriptions.
We joined and saved on John's prescription. It wasn't covered by our insurance plan.
Plus, we earn a 10% reward when we buy Walgreens brand products.
Stop by today to see how much you'll save and get $50 in free coupons. The Prescription Savings Club, only at Walgreens.
Hi, can I have an MGD 64, please?
A margarita 64?
Okay. 12 ounces, 64 calories.
Enjoy.
MGD 64. As light as it gets.
Time now for a Buick Pontiac GMC Sports Update.
Hi, everyone. Gail Fisher in our downtown Chicago studio. Stay with us following the game as Dan Plesac joins me for Lowe's Cubs postgame live. Then after postgame, Pat Boyle and Mark Shanowski have a recap of both the Cubs and White Sox games. A rare time, they're both at home. Plus the latest from Hallis Hall on Land Rover Sports Night. But now let's go back to Len and Bob at Wrigley Field.
Thanks, Gail. Still no score, Cueto and Harden, and they've gotten here in different ways. Cueto has really battled with runners in scoring position.
Well, he has, but the good news is the Cubs have gotten some runners into scoring position. You'd like to think if you keep getting those opportunities, at some point the Cubs are going to cash them in.
And Rich Harden has been sharp as a Chicago Cub. This is probably the sharpest we've seen him.
Well, and I started to talk about it earlier in the ball game. Sometimes when a pitcher features a straight changeup to go along with his fastball, it takes an inning or two to get the right split in those pitches. You don't want to throw your changeup too hard where it's almost the same speed as your fastball, but by the same token, you don't want to throw it too softly and give the hitter an opportunity to adjust. And I think he's found just the right split tonight.
Talking with a 14-game winner, Ryan Dempster. 2-1 on the way. Soto hits a tapper foul. Happy birthday wishes to Mary Weislack, celebrating a birthday today. Also, congratulations to Joe Kirchen from the Cubs ticket office, assistant director, for becoming a first-time grandpa late Friday night. Baby girl Emily Catherine Kirchen. There's a drive deep to right center. Patterson's going after it, slicing away from him, and it's off his glove. Soto now is going to make the turn. He's going to head for third base, and he will get, and he's safe. That's a triple for Soto.
That ball is absolutely crushed to the gap in right center field into the teeth of that wind. Nice effort by Corey Patterson. That ball actually hit off the heel of his glove. Yeah, the real key to the play right here is when Jay Bruce picks up the ball, he overthrows the first cutoff man. That gave Giovanni Soto the extra step or two he needed to make it to third base safely. We talked about those opportunities with runners in scoring position. Leadoff triple is about as good as you can hope for.
So first and second, no outs in the second. Runner at second in the third and in the fourth with no outs. Now runner at third, no outs as that turns away Kosuke. With the infield in again. They're way in at the corners. Now it looks like Votto backs up maybe a step or two. About halfway in. Double play combo. Third, no outs. Fastball strike.
Now you see Jay Bruce's return throw to the infield sails over the first cutoff man all the way to Keppinger. That extra maybe second that it took that ball to fly over the first cutoff man, get to the second cutoff man, was all that Giovanni Soto needed to safely reach third base.
No swing. So the swing pitch goes Kosuke's way. It's 2-1 instead of 1-2. And when Cueto has needed a strikeout, he has gotten it. Struck out Ramirez and then Edmonds to end the threat in the fourth. The kick and the pitch. Way inside again, 3-1.
Well, this is kind of the pattern we've seen develop for opposing pitchers against Kosuke Fukudome. Pound him in hard with fastballs, especially up around his hands. And a lot of off-speed stuff either on the way outside corner or off of the outside corner away.
Cueto has a sign from the catcher Baco. High in the air to right. This one is curving out of play. And the wind helping it go foul. They're 2-2 in Milwaukee. The Brewers just tied the Astros in the bottom of the fourth. Cardinals are trailing at home to the Pirates. And in the top of the fourth, it's 1-0. The pitch. He walked him. Final voting for the Baby Ruth Ultimate 7th Inning Stretch competition is going on now. Visit Cubs.com and help determine who you think should sing the 7th Inning Stretch at the Cubs game on September 1st. There are only 10 finalists left, and we need your help. Don't forget to visit Cubs.com and vote for who you think deserves the title of Ultimate Cubs Fan. So a jam here for Cueto as he faces Mark DeRosa with runners at the corners and no outs. Let's see what the Reds do here up the middle. Looks like they would take a double play chance.
Yeah, that sign that you saw Dusty Baker give to his middle infielders, he just held up two fingers and kind of wiggled them back and forth at the middle infielders, indicating he wants them to play at double play depth. They'll concede the run on a ground ball if they can turn that double play.
Well, DeRosa is a key batter here because you have Harden on deck. So you know what Cueto's thinking. If I can strike out DeRosa, I have a shot, a legitimate shot to get out of this inning. Baco looking into the dugout, now gives the sign. And throws over to first. Kosuke back.
Baco's had a good year throwing out attempted base stealers. Should Kosuke think about trying to get a jump over there at first base and take the double play out of the equation. Baco's thrown out 30% of the attempted base stealers this season.
The 0-1 pitch is pulled foul. Ask Mike Quaddy, the third base coach. Mike lives on the west coast of Florida in the offseason. So does pitching coach Larry Rothschild and the manager Lou Piniella. I asked Lou today, and he said, I guess back home didn't get too much nasty stuff from the tropical storm over on the west side of Florida. So that's good news. One and two on DeRosa.
I think we got out of Miami just in time, though. I think I saw where they got 3 inches of rain over the past 36 hours or something like that since we left town.
Too high, 2-2.
That's one of the stranger things I've seen in the game of baseball. We sat through a 22-minute rain delay at Dolphin Stadium, and the grounds crew was watering the field with a hose while we were sitting out the rain delay.
Yep.
Tarp never did go on the field.
They are playing in St. Petersburg tonight indoors, and the Angels lead the Rays 2-1. Be a playoff preview. A couple of division leaders. 3 best records in all of baseball belong to the Rays, the Angels, and the Cubs. Angels first, and the Rays and Cubs tied for second. And Cueto steps off.
And if I heard properly, for the 3rd time this season, Rays skipper Joe Madden pulled B.J. Upton out of a ball game for a lack of effort.
Yeah, Upton apologized today for another mental lapse on the bases last night. Good take, 3-2. Talked to Mark today about the pinch hit walk he took in that 8-run 7th, and he said, you know, I think what guys look at now is creating opportunities for the guys behind us. In this case, if he walks, it would be for the pitcher Harden. 3-2 and an awkward swing, very late cut as he got fooled by it, and that's a big first out.
I really got fooled. This is just a flat slider right in the middle of the plate, belt high. There's a little confusion there on the part of Mark DeRosa. Very awkward swing. You don't see that very often.
Well, it looked like he didn't want to swing and then realized that's going to be a strike. It's a bad feeling up there, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
That's the 5th strikeout for Cueto as Harden shows bunt. And Kosuke was ready to bust towards second.
Well, Cueto came off the mound awkwardly after that last pitch. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but Paul Baco making his way out there, as is most of the rest of the Reds infield. Yeah, this would be, you know, just a sacrifice bunt situation, trying to move Kosuke into scoring position. And if it happens to be a perfect bunt, maybe Soto comes home as a safety squeeze. Here's that last pitch by Johnny Cueto.
Now Dusty's going to head out with one of the Reds' athletic trainers. The left foot turned a little bit.
You could see as his left foot came down to plant on the front of the mound, it kind of slid forward a little bit, and then he twisted off the side of it as well. That's the very tail end of it, where he lost his balance, kind of fell off to that first base side, and a lot of stress on that left ankle, it appeared. And you saw home plate umpire Larry Vanover go out to the mound. When there's a possible injury situation like that, the umpire has to get out there to make sure that Dusty does not talk strategy with this pitcher. You just want to go out, check the medical issues, see if he's okay to pitch, and if that's the case, you go back to the dugout. But the home plate umpire right there to hear exactly what's talked about.
Soto at third, Fukudome at first. There's the bunt by Harden. Soto coming up the line, going to try to score, and he will get in. Great base running by Soto as the Cubs take the lead 1-0.
Well, watch Soto come right in along with Encarnacion. You can come down that line as far as the third baseman does. Giovanni Soto got almost halfway down the line at third. As soon as that ball was released to first base, he comes the rest of the way and scores the first run of the ball game. Heads up base running. And not only heads up base running by Soto, but Kosuke Fukudome ends up on third base.
So that's a sacrifice bunt. 5-3 for Harden. He gets his first career RBI out of it. And on the play, Fukudome went to third on the throwing error by the first baseman Votto as Phillips squeezes. Soriano's out, but the Cubs get the lead. Excellent base running by Giovanni Soto. A couple of guys got thrown out earlier, but the base running gets it done here. It's 1-0.
Pat and Mark here coming up tonight after Cubs postgame live. We got all the highlights and postgame reaction from both Chicago baseball teams.
Plus, Kevin Jones gets set for his Bears debut, and you'll hear from Michael Phelps.
What am I gonna do now?
Hello, Jimmy John's.
Jimmy John's, America's sandwich delivery experts.
The Lincoln launch event ends in 4. Get a Lincoln MKX with 0% financing for 60 months or $3,500 customer cash during the Lincoln launch.
Show me what you tell me, now we sipping cold belly and we up inside the telly. Roll your jellies on your belly and that spread up on your pillow. Bobby all inside your middle. This got me flipping like hotcakes on the griddle.
Thursday, Aramis Ramirez and the Cubs hope to raise the win flag as they slug it out against the Reds in high definition. Coverage starts with Lexus Cubs pregame live. Cubs Reds in HD Thursday at 12:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Get Chicago Sports News Nightly on Land Rover Sports Night coming up tonight after Cubs postgame live. William Jackson with news on the Bears running game, plus full recaps of tonight's Cubs and Sox contests. Join Mark and Pat for Land Rover Sports Night tonight after Cubs postgame live, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Well, Rich Harden getting his first career RBI. All right, you got to run. Go get him.
There you are. Go get him.
We're in the 6th inning. Ball 1 on Paul Bacco.
Well, you know, that's almost an impossible play to defend. That bunt to the third base side. Encarnacion had no choice but to come in and make the play.
Edmonds will get to the spot and make the catch.
And of course, there's nobody behind the play. It takes a while for the shortstop to get over there and cover the bag at third. And that runner, if you're alert, you can come down that line right along with the defender and wait until he makes that throw to first base. Giovanni Soto did it perfectly.
We saw Edmonds drip back and make that relatively routine catch on Paul Bacco. You had a nice pregame chat with Jim on Sunday before the game in Florida. He talked about putting himself in the best position to help out his pitcher, knowing where to be. And I asked him early in the year about playing shallow, and he doesn't feel like he plays a shallow center. He feels like most center fielders play deep. And really, for the most part, if you can easily get back to the wall on a fly ball, you should probably play closer to home plate, right?
Absolutely. There's going to be a lot more balls hit in front of you than there are hit over your head, especially in center field.
3-1.
Well, the thing I like about Jim Edmonds, I mean, obviously he's got some physical skills in center field. He's got a lot of experience out there, but he never stops learning. He watches his own pitcher to see what he has working on a given night. And then he studies the opponent's tendencies. Where are they likely to hit the ball? He positions himself accordingly and then lets his physical skills take over. But it's that homework he does before the ball's even put into play that allows him to make some of those highlight reel plays.
Lazy grounder is surrounded by DeRosa. 2 outs. Well, if you just joined us, the base running hasn't been perfect tonight. DeRosa got thrown out on a ground ball hit in front of him. He was a runner at second, and Keppinger got him as he tried to get back to the bag. Later in that inning, Alfonso Soriano was picked off, but Giovanni Soto with just textbook base running at third on a bunt to the third baseman Encarnacion, who threw to first. Soto then scored.
What position does Gio play? Oh, that's right.
Oh, he's a catcher.
Oh, that's right.
Hit foul by Dickerson. Congratulations to the current catcher in the Brenly family. It's, Michael will head to instructional league after the season. He just keeps playing baseball. He's almost year-round.
Play ball. It never stops. The uniform sometimes changes. The venue changes occasionally, but the game stays the same.
Harden reaches into that glove, pulls out a fastball, and Dickerson pulls out a single. And we'll see if Dusty will be aggressive here with just the second base runner of the night for the Reds.
Well, because of the way Rich Harden is pitching tonight, you would assume he's going to have to take some chances, especially with his fastest base runner on his roster on at first with 2 outs.
Congratulations to Leonard Gore and Jameen Gore, formerly Jameen Reynolds. They were married on August 10th at Columbia Yacht Club. They honeymooned in Orlando, Disney World, and Leonard got back in Monday and back to work tonight. Cubs in-game presentation assistant. So congratulations to Leonard and Jameen. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Big ballpark groundbreaking at Humboldt Park. Ceremony will be at noon at Humboldt Park's Field 6 as they will begin construction on the brand new Little Cubs field. Carlos Zambrano and Giovanni Soto will be on hand. Cubs teamed up with a YMCA of Metropolitan Chicago and Alderman Ocasio to raise $2 million to build this Little Cubs field. Runner goes. Pitch was a strike. The throw is a little bit late. It's a 1-1 count on Keppinger, and Dickerson is the first Red to get into scoring position.
Yeah, the throw was a little bit high, but Dickerson, showcasing that speed that we talked about earlier in the ball game, really accelerated into that head first slide and just does get underneath Ryan Terrio's tag. That was a lot closer than it looked. Tough call for the umpire when that tag is applied back near the hip or the rear end of that sliding runner. You're never quite sure whether the tag beat the hands or the hands beat the tag.
The 1-1 pitch is foul. 1-2. Well, I would think if you're the Reds, Bob, this is a guy you probably want at the plate in that he makes contact against a strikeout pitcher. Keppinger just trying to stay alive, maybe bloop one into the outfield, tie this ball game up as that's in the dirt. Keppinger has come up big in these spots for the Reds. Checked his swing. He went too far. That's a strikeout. So he doesn't make contact that time, and Harden gets out of it. So they're now 0 for 1 with runners in scoring position. Ooh, Cubs will take it. 1-0.
Good morning, Mike. Morning, Bill.
Morning.
Morning.
I think I might need some better brakes.
You need our Midas Secure Stop brake service.
Really?
Yeah. Exceptional stopping power combined with the security of a 55-point brake inspection.
And the pads are lifetime guaranteed.
So next time this one...
That's why we call it Secure Stop.
Trust the Midas touch.
After the game, stay tuned for Lowe's Cubs Post-Game Live. Analysis with Dan Plesac. Highlights, press conferences, and interviews from the stadium. Lowe's Cubs Post-Game Live. After the game on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
So, you're a green person, but which shade? Confusing, isn't it? Well, True Value's Color Made Simple can help. With exclusive tools, trained professionals, and expert advice, finding your color will always be simple. Now let's talk purple. True Value's Color Made Simple.
Meeting the challenge since 1940.
All it takes is just one DUI to permanently scar you for life. You can't hide it, and it won't go away. Cops are cracking down, and you will be arrested. Don't be a loser. Don't drink and drive.
Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
This Friday is Universal Orlando Day as the Cubs battle the Nationals at 1:20. The first 5,000 children 13 and younger will receive a SpongeBob SquarePants plush toy, compliments of AAA.
We start the home half of the 6th. 5 hits combined and only 1 run, and that run belongs to the Cubs. Rich Harden's first career RBI. A sac bunt that was intended to move Kosuke into scoring position, and Soto scored on that play from third base.
That play's just been bugging me, Len. As a former manager, you always try to figure out a way to counteract a play that the other team might run. And I was just wondering if Encarnacion comes in and fields that ball and flips it to Paul Bacco as Bacco starts sprinting back up the third baseline. I wonder if they could have run Giovanni Soto down before he got back to third base. Of course, the problem is if the runner isn't as aware as Giovanni Soto was and he stays close to third base and you have your third baseman flip the ball to the catcher, then everybody's safe.
Well, and I was going to say, you know, in the end, sharply hit but right at Keppinger. The Reds probably aren't that upset at how that inning played out when you think about it. As you said, if Soto's safe, they don't get the out at first, you have bases loaded, 1 out, with Soriano coming up. So it could have ballooned into a much bigger inning than it ended up being.
I mean, my point here is if as Encarnacion charges in, if Bacco starts moving up the third baseline and you just flip the ball to the catcher as he's running toward that runner, it's a very, very risky play, a very low percentage play, but might be worth a shot if you had the right runner at third base, a really aggressive runner at third base.
And I think part of it too would be Encarnacion would have to hold on to the ball long enough for Soto to continue to run, right?
Yeah, and a pump fake right there, you probably would have been able to turn around and beat Soto back to the bag at third, but you know, in those situations you're taught to get it out.
Derek Lee will end up with a double as Dickerson will pick it up for another Cub in scoring position. And along those lines, the Cubs are 0 for 9 with men in scoring position. When they scored the run, it wasn't an official at bat, it was a sac bunt.
Slider that stayed on the inside corner that time to D. Lee, down and in, and he golfed it into that corner in left field.
So the Cubs with 3 doubles and a triple tonight. So all 4 of their hits have gone for extra bases.
And believe it or not, for Johnny Cueto, that's a relatively low pitch count. He threw 95 in 5 innings last time out.
Menard's big lumbers stat, big month of August for Ramos as he whiffs on strike 1. What a trip he had. He did suffer the hip injury and missed a couple of starts, but he went 8 for 15 with a homer, 3 doubles, 3 walks, 6 runs, and 8 RBIs.
Well, and you know he'd like to get a measure of revenge here after getting plunked in the rib cage his first at bat in this ball game back in the 2nd inning.
The Reds have not pitched well this year. Their starting earned run average, a collective 5.29. Johnny Cueto has been really good tonight. Their bullpen at 352 is 3rd in the National League. But their starters on this last homestand had a 7.02 ERA. Overall, the starters 14th in the league in earned run average. And that's including Edinson Volquez, who's been an all-star. One-two pitch is off the plate outside. The next one lofted into left, and it's Dickerson with Lee holding at second. And Jim Edmonds coming up. Well, Greg Maddux back with the Dodgers for a second stint. Padres sending him up the coast. So he remains in Southern California, but gains 16 games in the standings.
I think at this stage of his career, Greg Maddux has earned the nickname as a hired gun.
Edmonds plunked, and he just heads down to first. Second Cubs batter to be hit.
Baco sets up on the inside corner, but that pitch is shoulder high off the plate inside. And with the left-handed batter at the plate and the base open, it always makes you raise an eyebrow a little bit. Sets up a potential force play at any base on the infield, and it gets a right-handed batter to the plate against a right-handed pitcher.
What do we have here?
Got stash.
All right.
Yeah, that's before the gray hair started to invade.
They look very serious. Nicely done.
We do appreciate it.
About what year was that photo taken?
Oh, geez, that might have been from my first go round here back in the early 90s.
Action now in the Reds pen. Bill Bray is the left-hander. Mike Lincoln the right. Lincoln on the left, Bray on the right, of course. One-0 pitch to Soto's inside. 2 balls, no strikes. Other news involving veteran pitchers. We mentioned Maddux getting traded. Kurt Schilling contemplating retirement. He had shoulder surgery in June. It ended his 2008 campaign. Tom Glavine might retire. Roller to Keppinger. They'll get the out at second. He has a visit with Dr. Andrews tomorrow. I'm going to look at that torn flexor tendon and see what's in there. Cubs 1, Reds nothing to the 7th.
efficiency, durability, safety. Of all the great things Nissan brings you, this is the most thrilling. The Bottom Line. Nissan's model year-end sales event. Get $1,500 cash back on the 33 MPG Sentra or $199 lease on the 32 MPG Altima. Event ends September 2nd. That's the Bottom Line. Nissan.
Tonight, do the mojito with the refreshingly cool taste of the Bacardi Mojito.
I love Office Depot. Office Depot saves me money. I can't wait to open Office Depot's weekly circular. It's like they know what I need and they put it on sale. I needed a printer, here's one, on sale. Paper, on sale. And when I need ink, Office Depot can help me save up to 40%.
And it gets even better.
Office Depot saves you money for back to school. And now through Wednesday, get school glue for 20 cents each and a 12-pack of pencils for just 50 cents each.
Nobody takes care of me like Office Depot. I love Office Depot.
Taking care of business.
Wednesday on Chicago Tribune Live, complete coverage of the Chicago baseball teams. We'll break down the White Sox and Mariners series finale. Plus, we'll be live from Wrigley as the Cubs are under the lights. All that and more Wednesday at 5:30.
Be the big winner in your fantasy football league. From top projections to injury updates, get expert advice every week. Stay ahead of the game with Fantasy Fix, returning September 4th, only on Comcast Sportsnet, available in HD.
Lou Pinella's favorite restaurant is Harry Carey's Italian Steakhouse. Go where Lou goes for Chicago's best steaks. In Chicago, Rosemont or Lombard, call 773 Holy Cow or visit harrycareys.com for reservations. There's a comparison. Cueto 100 pitches through 6. Rich Harden much more efficient. And he hasn't walked anybody, and that's a big key in any start. He's allowed just 2 singles. Two strikes on Jay Bruce. The pitch. Strikeout number 9. Here comes Brandon Phillips.
Back-to-back up the ladder fastballs. Jay Bruce laid off the first one, could not lay off the second one. That's a shoulder high fastball up and out over the plate.
The Northwestern University women's lacrosse team will handle the stretch tonight. They grabbed their 4th straight national championship. Beat Penn 10-6 on May 25th. So Coach Kelly and Monty Hiller, Hannah Nielsen, National Player of the Year, and the captain Christy Finch will handle the honors tonight. Off speed for a strike, 1-2. This is DeRosa. 2 outs. Now Joey Votto recently spent some time on the bereavement list. This is his first start tonight since August 8th. He was reinstated from a bereavement list on Saturday. He requested the reason he was put on that list not be disclosed. 1 strike on him. One strike on Votto. Struck out swinging in the 2nd and lined out. Nice leaping catch by Derek Lee in the 5th.
The pace of a pitcher on the mound a lot of times will tell you how he feels about his stuff on a given night. Rich Harden can't wait to get that ball back and throw that next pitch. You start to see a guy walking around the mound and going to the rosin bag and cleaning his cleats, and it's a pretty good nonverbal indicator that he doesn't feel real confident about his stuff on a given night, but that has not been the case with Rich Harden tonight.
Crowd getting into it. The 1-2 just missed on right off the outside corner. 2-2. Good news from Milwaukee. Jeff Blum with a 3-run homer to give the Astros a 5-2 lead in the 6th. It seems like every home run Jeff Blum hits is a big one, doesn't it? It's been that way for many years. Hit foul. Cardinals trail on the bottom of the 6th, 1-0. Ian Snell working on a 3-hit shutout for the Pirates. Another 2-2, another foul by Votto. Who has hit .394 with 6 homers and 12 RBIs against the Cubs in 9 games this season. That was coming into action tonight. 6 of his 14 home runs have been against the Cubs. Harden trying to make him 0 for 3, and he does. 10th punch out. Time to sing the stretch.
Here's for Take Me Out to the Ball Game, our NCAA champions, Northwestern women's lacrosse team.
Fans, let me hear ya. Take a 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back, so it's root, root, root for the Cubbies. They don't win, it's a shame. Or it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Go Cubbies! Let's get some runs!
I'm feeling fine whenever you shine. Give me your light, make it alright.
They say the sun shines a little brighter in Florida. See why. Fly Southwest Airlines from Chicago Midway to the Sunshine State for just $89 or $99 one way. Go to southwest.com/Florida to book your trip today.
You are now free to move about the country.
Something in the way you move, little darling. Yes, it's something in the way you talk that make me realize there's something in the way you move.
The 2008 Volvo XC90 Special Edition SUV. Get together with yours at the Volvo Model Year-End event. Now's the best time to get an 08 Volvo.
Bottom 7. Cubs trying to tack on to their 1-0 lead. Great job. Championship team. 4 straight national titles as Carlos Marmol gets loose in the Cubs pen.
It's a dynasty.
Yeah, no doubt. Kelly Amonte Hiller, the head coach, is a sister of a former Blackhawk, Tony Amonte. Here's the 0-2. Kosuke. It's a ground ball. It's backhanded by Brandon Phillips. Thursday, rivals collide as Derek Lee and the Cubs wrap up this series with Brandon Phillips and the Reds on the north side. Coverage starts with Lexus Cubs pregame live. Don't miss Cubs and Reds Thursday, 12:30 for the pregame. First pitch around 1:20. We'll have all the action here on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Too high on DeRosa with Mike Fontenot on deck. In Harden's spot. 7 strong innings, 94 pitches for Harden. 10 more strikeouts. That's 4 times as a Cub he has struck out 10. One bouncer to Phillips this time. And the 7 innings ties his Cubs career high. This was his 7th start. 3rd time he's gone 7 innings. Well, Mark DeRosa, and that ball ahead of him, got tagged at second base. Soriano got picked off. But later, Giovanni Soto scoring on a sac bunt by Rich Harden. And that's the only run to this point.
Len, you were talking earlier about CC Sabathia throwing his 5th complete game since becoming a member of the Brewers. I got a topper for that.
All right.
On this date in 1900, pitching for Milwaukee, ironically enough, Rube Waddell threw 2 complete games in a doubleheader. The first one went 17 innings. His skipper, Connie Mack, had to promise him a few days off to go fishing if he would pitch the second game also. So he went out through 9 more innings, won both games, 2-1, 1-0, 26 innings pitched in one afternoon.
Now we don't have the pitch counts.
No.
26 innings. They had ice back then, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Called strike 3, and Cueto strong through 7, but he trails Rich Harden and the Cubs 1-0 as the Cubs will go into their pen.
Bank of America offers the opportunity to see Wrigley Field like never before. Take a 90-minute guided tour and see the press box, locker room, dugouts, and more. With the new expanded summer schedule, it's now more convenient than ever to experience beautiful Wrigley Field. Purchase tickets by calling 1-800-THE-CUBS or by visiting Cubs.com.
This is a public announcement to all car buyers interested in buying the vehicle of their choice for a fraction of its original factory list price and get 2.9% APR financing. The David Bruce Auto Center in Bourbonnais is conducting this first-time ever sales event. Row after row of low-mileage trade-ins of every description, including many low-mileage, high-MPG Toyotas, traded during David Bruce's 10 event. We've got the cars, and we're ready to sell regardless of profit, so be ready to buy. David Bruce's Car Buyers Sales Event.
What's a package?
A girl needs to be in America in 6 days.
You must protect her.
Are you a killer, Mr. Tubop?
Yes. Now please get into the car.
She can change the world.
Babylon AD. Rated PG-13. August 29.
Hey Cubs fans, are you looking to get tickets to the hottest Cubs games this year? Visit Cubs.com and click on StubHub, the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of Cubs.com. Don't miss all the fun and excitement at the friendly confines with StubHub. There's always a ticket available to a Cubs game.
Sharp Aqua's game-changing play. This supplying the only run to this point. Rich Harden ends up with his first career RBI. Encarnacion fielding. Soto knew he could go right up the line along with the third baseman, and he scored. As the Reds could not get the ball from first to the plate in time. How about Carlos Marmol in the second half he has put together? He has not allowed a run over 15 innings since the break. Let's put it this way. He hasn't allowed a run since he found out very late, the last day of the first half, that he had made the All-Star team as an injury replacement for Kerry Wood. And it was a day after A pretty dismal outing against the Giants. Everybody hoped that that would lift his confidence a little bit. You have to say it has, even though he never said that his confidence wavered toward the end of the first half. Even when he went through his struggles. One ball, one strike on Encarnacion, who has struck out twice. Popped up on the infield. And it'll be caught by Derek Lee in foul ground. How about this, Bob? For Rich Harden, it's his 6th time in his career he has struck out 10 or more. And as I look at his career high, it's 11. 5 of the 6 double-digit strikeout games have come this year. 4 of them have come as a Chicago Cubs. So 4 of his 6 career double-digit strikeout performances have been as a Cub. He didn't allow any runs again tonight. 3rd time as a Cub in just 7 starts. Outside on Patterson. And he went. So going back to July 12th against the Giants. Here are the run totals for Harden. 0, 1, 1, 1, 5, and 0. He's had 1 start in which he has allowed more than 1 run. Called strike 3 on the slider.
Well, the music that plays when Carlos Marmol comes into the game is the Rubber Band Man by the Spinners, and he spins one right up there in the middle of the plate to Corey Patterson, just locks him up on that slider. Speaking of the Spinners, condolences to the family of Purvis Jackson, who was the bass singer for the Spinners, died recently.
Yeah, they had some big hits.
Another passing recently, Len, we probably should mention. Dottie Collins, who was a star pitcher in the Women's Professional Baseball League back in the 40s, passed away last week. That was at a time when a lot of the major leaguers were off to war, so they started the women's, or rather the All-American Girls Professional Baseball League, and Dottie Collins was one of their first stars. And when the Hall of Fame in Cooperstown was looking to commemorate those women, Ted Spencer, the chief curator, got in touch with Dottie, and she called all her connections in. They gathered some memorabilia and some photos and opened an exhibit at the Hall of Fame back in '88.
DeRosa backhands and gets Bacco to get out of the 8th. The Reds through 8 have had 2 base runners. Only 1 has reached second base. 1-0 Cubs.
It's on everybody's mind these days. So trade up to better fuel economy now at the Chevy Model Year-End event. Trade up to Cobalt XFE with better standard highway fuel economy than Corolla and Civic. Get $1,500 total purchase cash on most 2008 Chevy Cobalt models. See your local Chevy dealer.
All it takes is just one DUI to permanently scar you for life. You can't hide it, and it won't go away. Cops are cracking down, and you will be arrested. Don't be a loser. Don't drink and drive.
Ode to the Subway $5 footlong. If you don't take a liking to the new Subway Everyday Value menu featuring ginormous subs slathered in awesome for a price just shy of insane, well, you were either born without taste buds or a fundamental understanding of economics. High five Abe Lincoln and choose one of 8 Yum Rockets for a 5 spot. $5 regular footlongs on the new Everyday Value menu. Only at Subway. Subway. Eat fresh.
The home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox, Comcast Sportsnet. From the Comcast Sportsnet studios, it's a Cadillac Sports Update.
Hi, everyone. Gail Fisher here. Stay with us following the game as Dan Plesac joins me for Lowe's Cubs postgame live. Then after postgame, Pat Boyle and Mark Shanowski have a recap of both the Cubs and the White Sox games, plus the latest from Hallis Hall. It's all on Land Rover Sports Night. But now let's go back to Len and Bob at Wrigley Field.
Gail, thanks. It'll be right-hander Mike Lincoln here in the land of Lincoln to take over for Johnny Cueto, who went 7 innings, allowed just 4 hits and 1 run. But he's on the hook for the loss. What a story for Mike Lincoln. Did not play professionally from 2005 to 07 as he was recovering from Tommy John surgery. Signed a minor league contract in February. And as a non-roster invitee, made the Reds opening day roster. 49th relief appearance. His ERA in the mid-3s. As he'll face the top of the order for the Cubs with Kerry Wood getting ready for a save chance in the 9th. Swing and a miss at a sweeping breaking ball. 41,208. A paid crowd tonight. And a base hit over the head of Keppinger. 5th time the Cubs have put the leadoff man on in this briskly played game 1.
When you get good pitching, it ends up being a brisk ball game. Both pitchers throwing a lot of strikes. Soriano gets out around a slider this time. First pitch was off the plate away. That one caught too much of the plate. Soriano was able to shoot it into left field for a base hit. Well, that pickoff attempt at first base, not necessarily an effort to pick off Soriano, but to see if Terrio would tip his hand at the plate. And that time, Ryan did slide up the bat as if to bunt.
Look out. Knocked him down on a fastball.
Good reactions by Ryan Terrio. That always has to be in the back of your mind when you're up there to put down a sacrifice bunt. Some batters like to square all the way around with both feet facing toward the pitcher. I think you're a lot more susceptible to getting hit by a pitch. Ryan just pivots from his natural hitting position. Much more balanced, much more able to get out of the way of those inside pitches. I think back to Don Sutton. He got hit on the kneecap one time. Don Sutton had squared around so that both knees were facing the pitcher as he attempted to put down a sac bunt. And when the pitch ran low and inside, he was unable to get out of the way, and it hit him right in the kneecap.
Push toward Votto. He's going to take a shot, and the throw pulls Keppinger off second base. Everybody's safe.
Very dangerous play for Joey Votto. It looks right there like he has time, and probably a good throw gets Soriano at second base, but when you have to rush that throw, you don't always make the good one. Right. Some of the things you see as a manager when you have a lot of young players on the field, and that's what figures to be the situation for the Reds for the remainder of this 08 season. These young guys are going to take their lumps. They're going to make some mistakes, but they're going to learn from them, hopefully.
Now Mike Quade alerting Alfonso Soriano that Brandon Phillips has snuck in behind second base. The pitch is a breaking ball low to Derek Lee. Couple of hits and 5 tries for Derek against Lincoln. One has left the ballpark. The kick and the pitch. Tried to leave the yard on that swing. 1-1. We're in the bottom of the 8th. Cubs leading the Reds 1-0. Game 1 of a 3-game midweek series. The starting pitchers tonight were fantastic. Rich Harden, as sharp as we've seen him as a member of the Cubs. I think it was his best outing. He was nearly untouchable. Didn't walk anybody. One start after walking 5. And a base hit into right center. Soriano is going to be held by Mike Quaddy. Nope, he's going to go through the sign. He's going to get in. It's 2-0. 72nd RBI for Derek Lee.
It worked out well this time, but you better make sure you score with your 4, 5, 6 hitters coming up to the plate and the base is loaded. Soriano runs right through the stop sign of Mike Quaddy, hesitates briefly, and then turns it on again, able to beat that throw onto home plate. Big tack-on run there for the Cubs.
Great point. The hold by Mike is not necessarily, do I think he can make it? It's if I do send him, he absolutely has to score in this spot. You can't make the first out at home plate, especially with Aramis coming up. And Soriano went through it, did get in, and it's outside. The 2-0 pulled fair past Encarnacion. Terrio's going to score. Derek Lee to third. Mike Quaddy pointing at the bag. It's a double, 3-0. That'll be it for Lincoln with Edmonds due up. Dusty's going to go with a left-hander, Bill Bray. And Lou will answer with Reed Johnson.
3 doubles in his career for Aramis Ramirez against Mike Lincoln. Hooked that one down into that left field corner. That's why you don't want to run into an out at home plate with Aramis coming up.
2 in scoring position. Nobody out. We'll be back.
It's summer. So what's dear old dad doing? Commuting. I'm not sweating it though. I opted for the AC seats. Worth every penny.
The Cadillac summer event rolls on with 0% APR financing for 72 months on all 2008 Escalade models. See your Cadillac dealer for details.
There's a world outside every darkened door where the brave are free and lovers soar. Come ride with me to the distant shore. Life is a highway. I wanna ride it all night long.
Ever since there were cars, Americans have had a love affair with the open road. And with quality gasoline and great snacks coast to coast, Valero is your perfect travel companion. Valero, the all-American gasoline for the all-American love affair.
Cities and all these towns, it's in my blood and it's on.
The event is now on. But it won't last forever. The Lexus Summer Sales Event, where you'll find the best values of the year now through September 2nd. Lease the 2008 ES350 for $399 a month for 36 months for $34.99 due at signing.
Reed Johnson getting a huge hand as he was just announced. Bases clearing double. Cubs had 3 bases loaded doubles in the 7th inning on Sunday. And it's left-hander Bill Bray to face him. So Dusty brought in Bray with Edmonds due up, and then Lou answered by going with Reed Johnson. Infield in, swing and a miss. Lee at third, Ramirez at second.
Big double to the gap in left center on Sunday. Got by Luis Gonzalez. You see his teammates over there on the bench waving the runners around. All 3 scored.
Very late on that swing, 0-2.
I'm sure Dusty was aware that Lou Piniella has been hitting Reed Johnson for Jim Edmonds, but Edmonds was 3 for 6 lifetime against Mike Lincoln with 3 walks. It's one of those things we talk about. You've got choices, but sometimes they're not all good choices, and Dusty felt more comfortable with his left-hander on the right-hander hitting Reed Johnson.
You have to pick one. Swing and a miss, and it worked out there as Bray struck out Johnson. So 1 out. As a manager, you have to pick one. You can't just say we're not going to pitch in this spot. Somebody has to throw the ball.
We don't like any of the matchups here, so let's just move along. Well, you got to put somebody out there.
They're going to walk Soto intentionally with Kosuke on deck. Tell you, Soto without a stolen base attempt this year, but he's hit an inside the park home run and 2 triples.
Yeah, he's only 1 off the team lead in triples.
Who says catchers can't run?
That's right. Kosuke, Derek Lee, and Ryan Theriot all with 3 triples. Soto right behind him. Now, I'm sure Dusty's paid attention to the advance reports. We mentioned that Lou has been pinch hitting Reed Johnson for Jim Edmonds and vice versa, depending on matchups. But he should also know that Lou does not hit for Kosuke. Our Nissan drive of the game. We just talked about Giovanni Soto triple leading off that 5th inning. Perfectly placed in the gap. Good hustle. Beats the throw to third base.
But does this inning have that feel of Sunday's 7th and all those innings in which the Cubs have scored at least 5 runs this year? They've played it 2. And just that keep the line moving mentality. Bases loaded for Fukudome off the plate inside. They have scored 5 or more runs 22 times, second most in the majors. That's tied with the Twins for the second most. Texas has done it 23 times. And the Cubs could be on their way here. Popped up, and that'll find the seats. Tampa Bay scored 3 in the bottom of the 8th. Came back and beat the Angels 4-2. So they have the best record in baseball. It's 77-48. The Cubs can tie them. And if they hold on tonight, 1-1. Now 1-2. Mets beat the Braves with 5 in the last of the 8th. They trailed 3-2 going to the bottom of the 8th. 7-3 the final. Phillies won over Washington 5-4. So they're still a game and a half behind the Mets. Cubs lead here 3-0. They have the bases loaded. Lee and Ramirez with RBIs already in the inning. Soto just intentionally walked. He's at first base. And it's 2-2. Back to the American League. Blue Jays came back late and beat the Yankees 2-1. A.J. Burnett with his 16th win for the Jays. Carl Pavano might start for the Yankees this Saturday. He's only made 19 starts since signing a 4-year deal prior to 2005. Popped out of the mid of Baco. And he's trying to come back from Tommy John surgery. Astros continue to lead at Milwaukee. They're in the bottom of the 7th, 5-2 Houston. And the Pirates maintaining their 1-0 lead at St. Louis in the top of the 8th. Another foul. Good battle. If this score and the one in Milwaukee hold up, the Cubs will have their biggest lead of the year, 6 games. They've led by 5.5 3 different times. Up the middle, through the legs, and between the double play combo to get a couple runs in as Lee and Ramirez score 5-0. Bray couldn't get it, neither could Phillips or Keppinger.
Sounded like Kosuke may have broken his bat, hit that ball right off the very end through the wickets of Bray on the mound, and neither Reds middle infielder could get there in time, and a couple more runs cross the plate.
Heineken called to the pen as Gary Majeski, a right-hander, will come in to face DeRosa. A 4-run 8th. They're trying to get more. Don't go anywhere.
Maintaining a luxury vehicle can cost thousands, unless you drive a BMW. We're the only luxury brand that lets you pay nothing for maintenance for 4 years or 50,000 miles. Take advantage of 0.9% financing.
Seems like you need to be a physics professor to choose the right TV. Luckily, I am one. Your choice is the brand behind the first LCD display in a calculator.
The dreamers who evolved the LCD into a 3-inch TV. The designers who first hung an LCD TV on a wall. The pioneers who gave America full HD 1080p in an LCD TV. The creators of the world's largest LCD display. Or choose all of the above. Sharp.
Change your TV, change your life. Sharp.
It's on everybody's mind these days. So trade up to better fuel economy now at the Chevy Model Year-End event with a fuel-efficient 08 Chevy. Get $2,500 total purchase cash on all 2008 Chevy Equinox models. Equinox has earned 5-star frontal and side impact crash test ratings. Log on now to ChevyDealer.com.
After the game, stick around for Lowe's Cubs post-game live. Get highlights of all the action, analysis from Dan Plesac, plus check in on Lou Piniella's post-game remarks. Don't miss Lowe's Cubs post-game live immediately following the game right here on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. DeRosa skies to Bruce in right with the runners holding up as Gary Majeski comes in and gets the out. Darrell Ward's going to hit for Marmol. Well, we want to wish the best to our intern this summer, Jake Harris, who will head back to Wisconsin. There's Jake. He has a broadcaster's voice, doesn't he?
Yes, indeed he does. I got him a real nice going away present today.
This?
Yeah.
Can you see it?
Chicago Cubs home hat. Compliment.
I'm keeping mine.
Of the Museum of Science and Industry.
I'm going to hang on to mine. Darrell Ward receiving a warm applause after he hit the game-winning home run the other night in Florida. First and second, 2 outs. The Cubs have scored 4 times. Driven deep the other way. It's Dickerson, however, to catch this slicing fly ball. Now they bat around. 9 come to the plate. 4 of them in. It's 5-0. So Woody coming in a non-safe spot.
Exceptionally brewed for a taste that's pure Amsterdam. Amstel Light, one damn good beer.
Seemed like his original idea for the MC was something simpler. You know, social rebellion. Called it a Harley commune. Wasn't outlaw.
Father became a man. Men take care of business.
Yeah, we do.
Bobby, break that up.
Ever talk to you about his vision? About what he wanted from the club?
His vision was a brotherhood. It was a family.
And running guns?
What the hell happened?
Fire Dick says it was arson.
The M4's going. 2 in the back of the head, quick and painless.
It ain't easy being king.
I tried calling.
What is it?
Junkie ex-wife here is just OD'd.
I don't care if we gotta grease or kill. I want those damn guns back.
I will not look the other way, Jax. It's a friendly heads up.
We're all free men protected by the Constitution. You look any way you want, Chief.
Sons of Anarchy premieres Wednesday, September 3rd at 10, only on FX.
Exceptionally brewed for a taste that's pure Amsterdam. Amstel Light, one damn good beer.
Get ready for an exciting Cubs finish. Brought to you by New Finish Car Polish and the #1 rated scratch remover, Scratch Doctor.
Some alterations now to the Cubs lineup as Johnson stays in for Edmonds in center. Kerry Wood will go after those final 3 outs. It was a safe spot, but I'm sure he doesn't mind that it's not now. 5-0. Javier Valentin, the switch hitter, will pinch hit for Majeski. We want to send out get well wishes to a big Cubs fan from Woodridge, Brian Panic, recovering at Good Samaritan Hospital in Downers Grove following a fall in his home. His friends call him Dog, so Dog, get well soon. Here we go. Swing and a miss on a fastball. Cubs pitchers have struck out 11 Cincinnati Reds tonight. Another example of why you have to be careful with the runners in scoring position note or stat on any particular night. There's a first out, swing and a miss. Because, Bob, the Cubs have had a bad night. I don't know if you knew that, with runners in scoring position. Under 200, 3 for 16. Well, they lead 5-0. So that stat lied tonight.
Yep. Well, we were talking about stats earlier tonight when we were having dinner, and I told you my opinion. I think they ought to do away with all stats except for wins and losses. That's the only thing that really matters at the end of the day. But that is one of those really deceiving stats.
Left on base is as well.
I mean, when you're pitching,
you score a ton of runs, and you can't score them all. Sometimes you just leave runners on.
When your pitchers are as good as the Cubs have been tonight, you don't need many runs. Right now, one would have done it.
1-1 on Chris Dickerson. Kick and the delivery, and it's fouled away. The producer of Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is Bob Albrecht. Our director is Dave Turner. Our associate producer, Tamara Anderson. Christine Charbonneau, our stage manager in the booth. Clark Zabo, our technical director. Mark Harper is our tech manager. Jim Cornell Jr. is the executive producer of Cubs baseball here on Comcast Sportsnet. Soriano with a long run. He has it 2 outs. Right now it's a 2-hit shutout with 1 out to go as Keppinger comes up. Low and away. One and two. Well, they sang the song a cappella style 5 times on the road trip. They'll get a little help here tonight. Gio's mad at himself, but he didn't block it.
Well, he got out there in pretty good position. The ball looked like it hit him on the inside of the thigh and got through the wickets, but it was way over in that left-handed batter's box.
A 2-2 pitch. Boy, right over the head of Carey. And Keppinger with a 3rd hit for the Reds. He has 2 of them. They've all been singles.
You talked about Keppinger earlier in the ball game. Figured to be the kind of hitter that would have better success against Rich Harden than some of the free swingers. He's just a contact guy. Good quick bat through the strike zone. Takes that one right back up the middle of the field.
Carey tried to catch that ball. It was right over his head. Bruce fans on strike 1. A strike away for the 2nd time. Come on, Woody. He's mesmerized by our camera. Fouled back. He was all excited, and he saw we were watching. To be in the group. That's all right. Two strikes on Bruce. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Cubs win. Well, they get 27 outs by facing just 30 batters. 3 hits for the Reds. They put 1 runner in scoring position. Rich Harden with arguably his best start as a Cub. Marmol and Wood each with a scoreless inning, and they shut him out 5-0.
Overpowered with a high fastball once again. Jay Bruce having trouble laying off of that one. And the shy little kid digs it. Boy, what a tremendously pitched ball game by the Cubs tonight.
So they pick up their 6th shutout of the year. And Chris, take it away.
All right, 3 hits, no runs, 11 strikeouts. How fun was it for you catching tonight, Gio?
It was pretty good. I mean, Rich came in and set the tone early, and you know, he got a nice quick innings and striking out a lot, you know, a lot of the opponents, you know, fairly quick, and it was we had a really good momentum going there.
How good was Rich tonight compared to other times you've caught him?
I mean, it was similar. I mean, he's been really good for us this year, and he got a good tempo going. His fastball first strike, his changeup was down into the zone today, so everything was clicking tonight.
You got some exercise there in the 5th inning with the leadoff triple, and then you got to third base, and you finally got it running with the way Cueto was pitching. Smart play there between third and home. Tell us about your thinking through that whole process.
Well, I mean, Rich was supposed to be bunting, and you know, I was following the third baseman, and the third baseman was coming down, and I just followed him down the line, and whenever he let go of the ball, I just took a chance at home plate, and you know, they made a bad throw, so I managed to score, and it was pretty good for us.
The way their pitcher was throwing, you thought it might come down to that tonight?
Oh, yeah. I mean, Cueto had a really good stuff tonight, really good fastball, you know, nice slider, and, you know, it limited our offense there for a little bit.
You're preoccupied every pitch, I know. Truth or dare, how many times did you look up to the scoreboard tonight?
Not a lot, though. You know, I was looking, but not a lot, though.
All right, thanks a lot. Good game.
Thank you very much.
All right, it's Giovanni Soto, and Len, let's send it back up to you.
Thought he was going to take the dare on that, Chris. So the Cubs win 5-0. Our Chevy player of the game, Rich Harden. Now 3-1 as a member of the Cubs.
Well, we heard it from Giovanni Soto. Had a great tempo going. We talked about it early in the game. Couldn't wait to get the ball back from Giovanni and throw his next pitch. And why not? When you have stuff like Rich Harden had tonight, you just want to stay in that rhythm. He was tremendous.
So 3-1 with the Cubs, 8-2 overall if you combine his numbers with the A's and the Cubs. And if everything continues to play out with Houston leading at Milwaukee 5-2 in the top of the 8th, and the Cardinals trailing at home to the Pirates 1-0 in the bottom of the 8th, the lead could balloon to 6, which would be a season high, and St. Louis would go to 8.5 out. But I go back to what you always say. Don't worry about anybody else. The Cubs just continue to pile up wins, 77-48, and now tied for the best record in all of baseball with the Tampa Bay Rays.
And with one more win, the Cubs would move to that next benchmark, 30 games over 500.
They'll try to do that tomorrow night, and that'll do it for our game coverage as the W flag is being lifted. Stay tuned for post-game live. The final score tonight. The Cubs 5, the Reds nothing. Our next Cubs telecast here on Comcast Sportsnet will be Thursday. Pregame live at 12:30. Bob and I take over at 1. It's the final game of this 3-game set. It'll be Josh Baugh moved up a day for Aaron Harang. There's a neck problem against Carlos Zambrano for the Cubs. In-game scoring tonight provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob Brenly, Chris Bowden, and our entire crew. Len Casper saying goodbye from the park. Let's send it over to Mark and Pat in our Comcast Sportsnet studios.
Well, you get it all here on Comcast Sportsnet. Chris Bowden playing Truth or Dare with Giovanni Soto. That was a classic.
Thank goodness Soto didn't say dare.
Pat Boyle, Mark Shanowski here in our Comcast Sportsnet studio. We'll bring you Lou Pinella's news conference next on Lowe's Cubs postgame live with Gail Fisher and Mr. Conductor, Dan Fleecy.
I dare him to do it again. Then stick around after that show for Land Rover Sports. I will have highlights and post-game reaction from both first-place Chicago baseball teams who are under the lights tonight. Plus, now that the quarterback competition is over, we shift our focus to the running back battle as Kevin Jones gets set for the Bears' preseason debut.
And you'll hear from Olympic hero Michael Phelps, who talked earlier today with Comcast Sportsnet from Beijing.
Those stories and more after Gail Fisher and Dan Plezak break it all down. Coming up next, get aboard the Big Blue Train. Plezak has his new hat. Lowe's Cubs postgame live. He's around the bend. Oh,
Show me what you tell me, now we sipping cold belly and we up inside the telly. Roll you jellies on your belly and that's right up on your pillow. Bobby all inside your middle. This got me flipping like hotcakes on the griddle.
It's Toyota's National Clearance Event, the perfect time for amazing deals and selection.
Come in now and get great deals on SUVs like the sporty RAV4. Lease one for just $199 a month. Or lease the family-friendly 2008 Highlander. Get one now for just $299 a month. Or get a 2008 4Runner with low 0% APR financing for an amazing 60 months. So don't miss this opportunity to save big at the Toyota National Clearance Event. Hurry into your Toyota dealer today.
Quality products for low prices, Menards. Organize your garage, workshop, or basement fast and easy with Rubbermaid shelving. This 5-shelf model assembles in minutes and holds up to 180 pounds per shelf, $34.99. Keep the garage clean with this 5.5 horsepower vac and vac. It includes a portable 2.5-gallon unit inside with increased performance and onboard tool storage, just $99.98. Menards, dedicated to service and quality.
Save big money at Menards.
We've come to this island, and you'll never believe what we found. The internet. Seems it can't hide here either. Simply insert the AT&T Laptop Connect card. You're connected at up to 3G speeds. Email business proposals, access your customer database, all on the go. I'm Bill Curtis, and I've just found the internet.
The internet can't hide anymore. Switch to the network with the best coverage and get the AT&T Laptop Connect card for free.
When this hotel added Aflac to complement their benefits package, it made a big splash with the employees. Find out more at forbusiness.com.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by Southwest Airlines. With Southwest Airlines, you're now free to be more productive. Visit southwest.com today. Menards. At Menards, you'll find big lumber yards, big selection, and big savings. And by your local Chicagoland Buick Pontiac GMC dealers.
The Reds shutting them out 5-0 is the final, and we want to get right out to Wrigley Field as Lou Piniella is addressing the media live. Here's the Cubs skipper.
Performance for both starters for 7 innings. But we finally got to the Cincinnati bullpen in the 8th. Good hitting by the 3-4 hitters, and also the big hit by Fukudomi with the bases loaded. So good win for us to start a homestand.
How often do you see that type of play with Soto, and how often does it work?
It works. It works. You don't really see it too much with a catcher, and you give Soto all the credit. Good heads-up baseball, like I said, and but you know, with kids that can run it, it's a real nice play. First and third, you bunt the guy over on a sacrifice and make the third baseman field it. And infielders are. Second baseman's moving to first, shortstop's moving to second, so there's nobody to hold the runner at third, and it's a nice play.
Well, you know you were getting a good pitcher with Hart. Did you expect him to be this dominant?
Yeah, you know, he's, we just got to watch him. We got to watch him and keep him fresh, keep him strong. But this kid's a competitor, and he's got good stuff, and he pitches with confidence, and he's done a real nice job here, obviously.
Lou, we're talking about him. Maybe obvious. What is the importance of adding a top of the staff ace like him to the already tough staff you already have?
Well, it gets us deeper into the rotation. At the same time, it allows us to win more baseball games. I mean, one thing about our pitching staff here for a good while now. They've allowed us, given us chances to win baseball games on a continuous basis, and tonight was certainly no exception. This kid was really good tonight. I mean, I don't know how many strikeouts he had, but he had probably double digits, right?
10.
10, okay. Yeah, 10 in 7 innings of work, 93 or 4 pitches. Really a solid performance.
Another big 8th inning, Lou, is kind of one of the hidden byproducts of having great starting pitching, the fact that if their starter goes well, you can still just hang in there and then kind of land the weed.
Well, that's really the importance of good starting pitching. You know, you stay in the ball game, and you give yourself a chance, especially late in the ball game to pull one out or to add to the total. So, and today that's exactly what happened. But it was a well-played game on both sides, and we came out on top.
Okay.
Thanks. Good defense.
All right, a very happy Lou Piniella after the Cubs victory. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live. I'm Gail Fisher alongside Dan Plesac. And Dan, this game really belonged to Rich Harden. He gave them 7 solid innings. He pitched a 2-hit shutout, struck out 10, and perhaps the 7 innings being one of those key figures in this line because he normally only goes about 5, possibly 6.
Well, he was able to do that tonight, Gail, because he kept his pitch down really down in the first 3 innings. He was in command of this game from the start. When you see him throwing strike 1, it opens up so many opportunities for him to use that tremendous changeup that he has. And he's as good as I've seen in a long time as far as knowing how to use the stuff that he has. He has an explosive fastball. He starts it down in the strike zone. He elevates it with 2 strikes. He'll go up in the strike zone, use his changeup down in the strike zone. He has a real good idea of changing directions with his pitches, up, and then down. That changeup that he has, it's so good. He could almost tell you that it's coming, and it's hard to stay back and hit it. And the reason that it is because he has so much life on his fastball that when he elevates his fastball 92, 93, he touched 95, 96 on occasion tonight. When he's throwing strikes early, he's awfully tough to hit.
Well, Rich Harden was our Falco star of the game. There you see his line. Johnny Cueto, by the way, actually pitched very well for the Reds. Harden was just that much better. And Dan, I think you were figuring out his ERA. With the Cubs so far, he has had only 1 start in which he has given up more than 1 run, and that was 5 runs a couple weeks ago. But normally he's only given up 1 run or no runs.
I mean, he has a 1.50 ERA since he's put on a Cub uniform, and he has been as good or better than advertised. He gives the Cubs another huge weapon at the top of the rotation.
Well, Rich Harden just stepped to the podium out at Wrigley Field. Let's go live and hear from the Cubs starter.
Off, you know, I mean, he had a really good idea how he wanted to face these guys, how he wanted to pitch them, and you know, just stuck with what he was calling, and it worked out really well.
You had, I think, 6 double-digit strikeout games before coming here. You already have 4. What's been the difference here?
I don't know. You know, I think, you know, maybe new league, seeing some new guys, and, you know, they haven't really seen me that much. And, you know, I got to give a lot of credit to, you know, DeSoto also. You know, he's really got a good idea of what he's doing back there. And you know, every game we've worked together, we've really been on the same page.
I didn't get to see the fun play unfold from Gio's end of it, but it was pretty impressive. You just trying to get it down there?
Yeah, I was just trying to get it down. You know, after that, that's my first at bat. You know, not getting it done, and you know, I was pretty frustrated with, you know, with doing that, and I really wanted to make sure I got that one down.
Rich, you just pointed it out, but how much of an advantage do you have over guys who haven't seen you and don't know the break of your pitches and everything else?
Yeah, I don't know. You know, I think, you know, I haven't seen them also. You know, so it's kind of a, you know, a process. You know, the more I see them, I'm gonna have to make adjustments, and the more they see me, they'll be making adjustments. And but you know, I think it definitely makes a difference.
Do you like to pitch, you know, on night games? There's a little report that that's your preference, and do you feel cooler? They don't see the ball as well, or what?
Yeah, I've always liked night games. You know, somebody was saying statistically, you know, it was about the same, but I've always felt better. You know, it's a little cooler and feel stronger later in the game.
Rich, is it a contagious thing, all you guys on the starting staff, because it's been pretty consistently very good for a while now?
Yeah, I think so. You know, I think, you know, they always say hitting's contagious, and I feel like pitching's the same way, you know. Going out and seeing your other starters, you know, do really well every start, and, you know, you want to be a part of that, you want to do the same thing.
Your counterpart was pretty good out there, too, right?
Yeah, he really did a great job tonight, and I mean, he's got some good stuff, so you definitely get to see that, you know, playing against these guys and standing in the box against them.
How different is it for you pitching here in Wrigley as opposed to Oakland?
I mean, hey, you know, it's you know, a different park, but I don't really, you know, think about it that much. You know, I mean, I still got to make my pitches and pitch my game.
Okay. Thanks, Rich.
All right, Rich Harden, 3-1 since joining the Cubs. Time now for our Kawasaki Let the Good Times Roll stat of the night. And of course, it's Rich Harden, who's been on a roll since he was traded to the North Side. He's struck out 10 4 times and allowed 1 run or less in 6 of his outings. All right, we have to take a quick timeout as we head to break. Let's check out our Buick Pontiac GMC opinion poll question of the night. Which perennially weak NL Central opponent do you like facing the most? Is it the Cincinnati Reds, or how about the Pittsburgh Pirates? Log on to ComcastSportsNet.com, click the link to Chicago, then go to the Cubs page to cast your vote, and we'll have the results later on Lowe's Cubs Postgame Live.
If you missed today's Cubs game, Comcast customers can go to channel 999 and watch Cubs games on Comcast Sportsnet On Demand. Cubs games on Comcast Sportsnet On Demand, only on Comcast, subject to availability.
MGD 64.
I'll have 64 calories of Bud Light.
$12 ounces, 64 calories. MGD 64. As light as it gets.
We love Office Depot. Office Depot takes care of everything. For my small business, I trust Office Depot. So when Allie showed me her back-to-school supplies list, it was a no-brainer. Office Depot had everything on her list, and at low prices, guaranteed.
And it gets even better. Office Depot saves you money for back to school. And now through Wednesday, get school glue for 20 cents each and a 12-pack of pencils for just 50 cents each.
Nobody takes care of us like Office Depot.
We love Office Depot.
Taking care of business.
The Lincoln launch event ends in 4. You got it. 2. We see the Earth now. You got it. Get a Lincoln MKX with 0% financing for 60 months or $3,500 customer cash during the Lincoln launch.
MGD 64.
I'll have a vodka cranberry 64.
12 ounces, 64 calories. MGD 64. As light as it gets.
Bowmore Lanes wants you to come out and bowl at our new state-of-the-art synthetic Brunswick Pro Lanes. This fall, whip up some fun at Bowmore Lanes. We offer a full-service snack bar, drink specials, and bowling specials throughout the week, as well as glow bowling on Friday and Saturday nights. And now is a great time to sign up for our fall leagues. With leagues running 7 days and nights a week, we can find one to fit your schedule. Bowmore, serving up fun for over 65 years. Bowmore Lanes, 29th and Brady in Davenport.
Hi, I'm John Brenny. Come check out all the new Kawasaki's at Brenny Cycle Works in East Moline.
Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Coming up later on Sports Night, we'll check in on the first-place White Sox to see if they're still playing home run derby and get an update on Joe Creedy. Plus, the Bears get a couple of key members back on the field that will see their first action in the preseason. And Michael Phelps has cemented himself in Olympic history. We'll hear from the Golden Boy. That and more coming up after Cubs Postgame Live.
Time now for our Four Seasons Who's Hot, Who's Not in the National League. Ty Wigginton's been on fire for the Astros. He's hitting .536 over the last 7 days with 4 homers and 9 RBI. Andre Ethier is batting .450 with 4 long balls, including a walk-off Sunday to beat the Brewers. And Roy Oswalt is 2-0 in his last 2 starts with a 1.80 ERA. Now, who's not hot? Prince Fielder of Milwaukee is 4 for his last 23. Jimmy Rollins is 3 for his last 25. And Aaron Harang hasn't been hot all year. He's 0-1 over the last week with an ERA over 21. Ouch. Welcome back to the show, everyone. Gail Fisher and Dan Plesac here with you. Rich Harden was absolutely brilliant for the Cubs tonight as they shut out the Reds 5-0. But the offense gave them a little bit of help. This game, Dan, scoreless until the 5th inning, and Giovanni Soto comes up big, putting a triple on the board, and that helps get the scoring going. And who's going to drive him in but none other than Rich Harden, the pitcher?
Well, one of the things that this team has done all season long, with the exception of about 4 or 5 games right after the All-Star break, they've been very patient. They're starting pitching, and I think Lou touched on one of the big keys why they are 29 games over 500. Their pitching keeps them in games, and their patience, they put pressure on you here, just a simple sacrifice, which turns into a run, and they just wear you down and make you throw pitches. And when they start getting into the middle and the long relief bullpens of other teams, they just take advantage. And they're a team that if they keep this approach, they're just awfully tough to beat. Very disciplined, very good knowledge of the strike zone. They're not afraid to hit with 2 strikes. They can bunch a big inning together. And one of the things that I think that sticks out the most for me, they're not a team that has to score runs with the home run. They can chip away, they can draw walks. You can do a lot of things when you have a lineup like this one. You can hit and run, you can straight steal. They have a lot of ways to score runs, not just hitting the ball out of the ballpark.
Well, we saw that in the 5th inning. That's all they needed to win is 1-0, but they did get some insurance runs in that 8th inning to win by a final count of 5-0 over the Reds. Still to come on the show, we'll have our opinion poll results. Plus, Dan and I will look ahead to tomorrow night's matchup. But as we go to break, here's a look at our Just for Men hair color Stay in the Game.
Now it's time for the Stay in the Game Hold Spotlights, brought to you by Just for Men hair color.
Just for Men hair color Stay in the Game Hold Spotlights. Carlos Marmo relieved Rich Harden in the 8th and was electric, getting the Reds to go 1-2-3 for his National League leading 23rd hold this season.
Just as these middle relievers keep their team in the game, you too can stay in the game with Just for Men hair color.
The Reds threw 8 and had 2 base runners, only 1.
It's gonna work. I don't think I will. Let's go. Dad? It's time. You'd be a really nice catch for somebody. Please?
Just for Men takes 5 easy minutes, targets only the gray hair, and can start something great.
For my girls.
Yes! I'm glad we did it.
Just for Men.
It's a real Cinderella story.
She comes out of nowhere, and it's like boom.
Hit after hit.
Are you at a loss for words, Josh?
What do you mean she's going to change TV forever? Well, find out.
One man wants to know the truth.
Put her in every home on the planet.
Who is Scarlet? The real Scarlet. The evidence is staring you in the face. Scarlet!
Things aren't always what they seem. Scarlet, the new series of TVs from LG.
Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you in part by American Chartered Bank. American Chartered, the bank for your business. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
Something in the way you move, little darling. Yes, it's something in the way you talk that make me realize there's something in the way you move that make me.
The 2008 Volvo S80 luxury sedan. Get together with yours at the Volvo Model Year-End event. Now's the best time to get an 08 Volvo. Event ends September 2nd.
This quote of the week is brought to you by Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich. For an insurance quote for auto, home, life, or business, please call Nationwide agent Jeff Vukovich at 847-825-4783.
This is great.
Finally relaxing. Oh, boy, I really needed this.
Look at that, it's amazing.
Wow, I could stay here forever. I'll be in the car.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
You're watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
Welcome back. Earlier in the show, in our Buick Pontiac GMC poll question, we asked which perennially weak NL Central opponent do you like facing the most? And 65% of you said the Pirates. I thought there might be more for the Reds just because of the Dusty Baker factor, but the Pirates seem to be the team we beat. I don't want to call them a sure win, but the Reds are always a little bit tougher. Welcome back to the show. Let's check out the pitching matchup for tomorrow's game. It will be Ted Lilly against Bronson Arroyo. Now, Lilly has won his last 3 decisions. He beat Atlanta the last time out, Dan, going 6 innings and striking out 8, so he's been pretty sharp lately.
He really has, and he's really gone about as far as really changing his style of pitching. Last year, he used his fastball early on to set up that big curveball, and this year he's gone to a lot of off-speed pitches the first couple of innings, using his changeup quite a bit and using that big overhand curveball to set up that fastball. He's kind of reversed the way he pitched from last year. He's been very successful doing it.
Dan, this team is at home now. They're on a roll. They're 29 games above 500. And the conductor here, there's no stopping this Cubs team, is there?
No, in my opinion, I've thought this since April when I had a chance to see this team quite a bit in spring training. There you see it going right across. Let me get my hat on for that. Real quick. I thought that this was the best team in the National League the first week of the season, and I know it's been 100 years, but this is a real good baseball team, and I think the only thing that's going to slow this team down is keep your fingers crossed to stay away from a key injury to one of the first top 3 starting pitchers, the back end of the bullpen, or one of the important everyday players. They're a good team with no holes.
Well, our next Cubs telecast comes on Thursday when the conductor has to conduct the 7th inning stretch. You better bring the hat.
I'm already stretching the vocals.
Until then, he's Dan Plesac. I'm Gail Fisher. Sports Night with Pat Boyle and Mark Shanowski is coming up next.
Cubs Post Game Live is presented to you by Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Dr. Smith is a little more expensive, but he's board certified. Or there's Dr. Christoph. He isn't certified, but he's a fantastic golfer.
So what'll it be? The choice is clear. When it's time to get your heating or air conditioning unit serviced, don't trust any old fly-by-night. Your family deserves the best. Call 4 Seasons Heating and Air Conditioning at 866-4Seasons. For all the right reasons, 4 Seasons.
Chicago Tribune Live, presented by your Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana Chevy dealers. Weeknights at 5:30 on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Want the truth about Pontiac? How about 3 great cars with an EPA estimated 30 highway miles to the gallon or better, all under 20 grand? Like the Pontiac G5, better highway fuel economy than Honda Civic Coupe for just $16,335. The G6 sedan, better combined fuel efficiency and $2,000 less than Honda Accord. The 2009 Vibe, the most fuel efficient 5-door in its class, and it starts under 16 grand. Get high MPG for a low MSRP, plus get the best coverage in America. Visit Pontiac.com.
Get your game card in tomorrow's Sun Times for your chance to win up to $25,000. Play Scratch to win all week. See suntimes.com/scratch for details.
We love Office Depot. Office Depot takes care of everything. For my small business, I trust Office Depot. So when Allie showed me her back-to-school supplies list, it was a no-brainer. Office Depot had everything on her list, and at low prices, guaranteed.
And it gets even better. Office Depot saves you money for back to school. And now through Wednesday, get school glue for 20 cents each and a 12-pack of pencils for just 50 cents each.
Nobody takes care of us like Office Depot.
We love Office Depot.
Taking care of business.
Chicagoans love their pizza. That's why you come to Giordano's, some for 30 years now. We use only the finest ingredients to make Giordano's famous stuffed pizza, our equally famous thin crust pizza, plus salads, pastas, sandwiches, and more. Come on into Giordano's and celebrate 30 great years with us. Giordano's famous stuffed pizza. We made it good, you made it famous.
Hi, I'm Derek Lee. The most Cubs games play right here on Comcast Sportsnet.
Coming up on Sports Night.
The Southsiders look to keep the power surge going against the Mariners as they either 5th straight win at home. Plus, we'll have an update on Joe Creedy's rehab assignment in Charlotte. After a much-needed day off, the Cubs welcome Dusty's crew to the friendly confines, where Rich Harden's still searching for that elusive Wrigley victory. Ball strike 3. A pair of Bears get set to see their first action of the preseason.
Kevin and Dusty Dvorak are good to go.
And with Kevin Jones finally joining the backfield, the offense should see a boost.
We're anxious to get him out there and see what he can do.
Another picture-perfect edition of Sports Night starts right now.
This is Sports Night, presented by Land Rover. Live from the Comcast Sportsnet studios in downtown Chicago.
What is up? Thanks for hanging with us. This is Land Rover Sports Night with Mark Shanowski. I am Pat Boyle. Both first-place Chicago baseball teams were in town under the lights tonight, and both experienced identical outcomes. We'll have wall-to-wall coverage from the south side in just a bit.
We knew it was a great chance for the Cubs to try to pad their record this week after all 6 home games against a pair of struggling last-place squads, Cincinnati and Washington. We check out the highlights from Wrigley Field, Game 1 against Dusty's Reds. Rich Harden had 28 strikeouts in 3 previous starts at the friendly confines, but had yet to come away with a win. He looked strong early, gets Brandon Phillips in the second. Next batter, Joey Votto, goes down swinging as well. That brings up Edwin Encarnacion. Can't pull the trigger there. Harden 5 strikeouts in the first 3 innings alone. To the bottom of the third we go. Alfonso Soriano, ground ball to short. Mark DeRosa gets caught in no man's land. He's tagged out trying to get back to the bag. Just moments later, Johnny Cueto picks off Soriano at first. Not exactly great base running by the Cubs in that inning. Bottom of the 5th, still scoreless. Giovanni Soto drives Cueto to deep right center field. Corey Patterson cannot make the catch. Soto showing off the speed, never stops running, and he just barely gets in ahead of the throw at third base. It's a leadoff triple. Later in the 5th, 2 on for Harden. Lays down a bunt. Encarnacion doesn't check on Soto, so the catcher takes off for home, and he gets in there safely. Heads up base running by the all-star backstop. Harden gets his first RBI. Top of the 6th now. Harden sends down Jeff Keppinger on the check swing. That ends the inning. Cubs still up 1-zip. To the top of the 7th, more Harden. Strikes out Votto again, his 10th and final K on the night. The 4th time he's done that as a Cub already. To the bottom of the 8th, the Cubs looking for some insurance. With 2 runners aboard, Derek Lee sends a base hit to right center. Soriano goes through the stop sign. He's going to score from second. Cubs lead now 2-0, getting an insurance run there. Aramis Ramirez up next. He lines one in the left field corner. That's good for a double. Ryan Theriot comes around to score. The lead is up to 3-0 Cubs. Later, bases loaded for Kosuke Fukudome, and this time he comes through. Base hit back through the middle off the pitcher's foot. It gets into center for a single. 2 more runs cross the plate, capping a 4-run rally to break it wide open. The 9th we go. Kerry Wood getting in some work. He strikes out Jay Bruce to end it. Cub pitchers allow only 3 singles, face just 30 total batters, and shutting out the Reds. 5-0 is the happy final.
Our pitching was exceptional tonight, and I'll tell you what, the young guy from Cincinnati threw the ball awfully well too. Cueto. It was a heck of a pitching performance for both starters for 7 innings. But we finally got to the Cincinnati bullpen in the 8th. Good hitting by the 3-4 hitters, and also the big hit by Fukudome with the bases loaded. So good win for us to start a homestand.
You can say that again, Lou, and we'll have much more from Wrigley Field a little bit later in the show. We'll hear from tonight's winning pitcher, Rich Harden, and some of the guys in the Cubs clubhouse. Chris Bowden will join us live from Wrigley Field. Brewers trying to keep pace with the Cubs, hosting Houston this evening. Top of the 3rd, Ben Sheets staked to an early 2-0 lead. But Michael Bourne changes all that with 1 swing of the bat, drive to right over the head of Corey Hart. 2 runs will score. Bourne showing off his speed. He gets all the way to 3rd with the triple, and we're tied at 2 runs apiece. Still knotted up in the 6th inning with the former White Sox World Series hero Jeff Blum up with 2 outs, and he takes Sheets deep to right center. That looked like his home run in the World Series. A 3-run homer for Blum. Sheets has now lost 4 of his last 5 starts. Astros go on to beat the Brewers 5-2. So the Cubs extend their division lead to 6 games over Milwaukee. They're really trying to increase that bulge. St. Louis could fall 8.5 back. The Cardinals are losing at home to Pittsburgh. It's 4-0 Pirates with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th inning. So all in all, shaping up as a great night for the Cubs.
As for the White Sox, they've been cashing in on their Powerball ticket for most of the season. Last night, they jacked 4 more dingers to bring their Major League best total to 182 home runs. It was the 5th time in the last 16 games they've hit 4 round trippers in one affair. They added to that total tonight in Game 2 against the Mariners on the south side. Ozzie going with Clayton Richard, and a tough start for the rookie. Ichiro leading off for Seattle. Shot back to Richard. He's got time, but he throws it away. Ichiro moves to second on the air by Richard. Runners now first and third. Nobody out. Raul Bañez high chopper to first. Nick Swisher steps on the bag. Fires home. AJ gets the tag down for the huge 3-2 double play. Richard then gets Jose Lopez on the chopper. Juan Uribe takes care of business at third to end the inning in the threat. Sox got on the board with a sac fly, bottom third after a leadoff double by Brzezinski. Carlos Quinton goes shopping at the gap. Q's 23rd double. AJ scores. Quinton's 97th RBI. 2 zip good guys. Jim Thome up with 1 out. Quinton running. Steals third. 6th swipe for him this year. Thome was walked intentionally to set up the double play, but Alexei Ramirez had something to say about that strategy. He's batting over 400 with runners in scoring position. The single plates Quinton. It's 3-0 Sox. Swisher leading off the 4th. Dirty. Swisher's 19th makes it 4-0 Sox. His 2nd jack in as many days. Thome leading off the 5th, and the Sox dig the long ball. Big Jim's 26th. 5-zip now. 3rd game in a row the Southsiders have hit at least 2 home runs. Ends with 2 on, 2 out in the 6th. Don Cooper comes out to settle down Richard, and the rookie gets Kenji Jojima to line out to Quinton to end the inning. Richard goes 6 innings, which is a career high for him, giving up just 5 hits, no runs. Bullpen does the rest. Octavio Dotel gets Vladimir Valentin. Bobby Jenks in the 9th. With the Uncle Charlie on Jeff Clement, Sox shut out the Mariners 5-0. Here's Ozzie after the game.
Obviously a huge step up for Clayton Richard tonight.
Well, it was great. You know, I mean, I think we was roll the dice. You know, after Broadway outing and this kid outing is a good thing. We come out and give something real positive at the minor league kids. You know, I think that's great. You know, I think this kid step it up. I don't know why there's some reason that they had a lot of faith, because I think really only pitched 1 bad game was in Kansas City. The games pitched before, he did a pretty good job. But I was really excited for him to throw the ball the way he did it today.
Ozzie, how huge do you think it was for his confidence to get out of that first inning with the good defense behind him?
Well, you know, I mean, that's the defense out there for him. You know, before they didn't play too good for him. Now they did it, but you know, I mean, it's just one thing I like about these kids, he's not afraid. Throw the ball. You got to be around the plate. And, you know, he's facing a pretty good hitting ball club. And he shut it down the way he did. That's something he should feel proud of himself. I mean, there's this ball club out there that can put a lot of numbers in a hurry. And he did a tremendous job tonight to shut it down.
You said earlier it wasn't necessarily an audition for him, but did he show you that he earned another shot, at least at some point?
Well, I don't know. I don't remember who's the next star in that rotation. That we're going to find out he can do that, or we're going to call somebody out. But I think he threw good enough, and I think, you know, either way, you know, it can be Broadway or him. We'll feel, you know, comfortable with him.
Did you add Swisher's D at first as another surprise of the season with Quinton and Ramirez, just how well he's played there?
Yeah, I think Swisher's center field is not his best position, and we got it there all year long because we don't have any choice. But, you know, I mean, we feel comfortable. That's one of the reasons we make late inning switch. We put Brian in the outfield, we draw him back to first base because we know he can play at first base. And you know, I mean, it's just our defense is a big part of my game. You know, I mean, I love when the people play defense. We make a couple plays there defensively, and you get ops a better opportunity for the game.
We've just begun to scratch the surface of our White Sox coverage. Carrie Sayers is in the clubhouse right now. She'll have player reaction a little bit later on in Sports Night. Joe Creedy finally made a rehab start for AAA Charlotte tonight. Went 0 for 2 with a strikeout. He lined out to right field against Indy. Twins began the night a game back of the White Sox, hosting the A's. Bottom second, Minnesota trailing 1-0. Bryant Busher taking former Cub Sean Gallagher over the baggie. 2-run shot, Busher's 4th jack of the year. Twins up 2-1. Bottom third. It's 3-1. Man on for Justin Morneau. He goes shopping at the gap. That'll plate Joe Mauer. Morneau, 3 for 4. Minnesota would add a couple more in the frame. Bottom 5, it's 8-2 Minnesota. Carlos Gomez with the drive to deep left off of Gallagher.
Still in there?
Yes, he is. 10 earned runs for Gallagher, 11 hits, 5 innings. Cubs don't miss that. Bottom 6, Piranhas up 11-2. Bases loaded for Boucher. 2 more runs scored. Boucher, 3 for 4, 5 RBIs, which is a career high for Boucher. Twins crush the A's 13-2. So Sox don't get any help tonight in Minneapolis. Here's the up to the second look at the AL Central standings. Twins now remain a game back of the Southsiders, and there you see the Twins also a game and a half back of the Red Sox in the wild card. Remember, Minnesota hits the road Thursday for 14 straight outside the Twin Cities. Coming up next, Rich Harden pitching a gem tonight at Wrigley. We'll head back to the friendly confines for more post-game reaction. Now that the Bears quarterback competition is over, the coaches can focus on some other position battles on the offensive side of the rock. Can veteran Kevin Jones steal the running back job from rookie Matt Forte? We'll explore. Michael Phelps, the unquestioned star of the Beijing Olympics. Phelps talks with Comcast Sportsnet a little bit later on in Sports Night. That leads us to the Land Rover big question tonight. Who's the only pitcher to toss a no-hitter without striking out a single batter? Think about it. We'll have the answer coming up.
Land Rover Sports Night is driven by the fuel-efficient 2008 LR2. Now with a 22 miles per gallon EPA highway rating. For the Chicagoland retailer nearest you, visit LandRoverIllinois.com.
We're celebrating our 60th anniversary with limited time offers. Make an appointment to put a Land Rover through its paces.
Dex, do you know how many laundromats around here?
13 within a 5-mile radius.
That take credit cards?
4. The 2 on Abbey Street will do your laundry for you. You might need both of them. I also know a good barber and a personal trainer. Ooh, and a good dating service.
Introducing DexKnows.com. With complete local info, comparisons, and maps, it's the smartest local search on the web. Visit DexKnows.com.
Hi, can I have an MGD 64, please?
A margarita 64?
Okay.
12 ounces, 64 calories.
Enjoy.
MGD 64. As light as it gets.
McDonald's Sports Rise, every morning, only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
We're celebrating our 60th anniversary with limited time offers. Make an appointment to put a Land Rover through its paces.
Harden trying to make him 0 for 3, and he does. 10th punch out. Time to sing the stretch.
Well, Len, we'll pass on singing the stretch right now, but Harden dominating the Reds tonight, going 7 innings, striking out 10 batters. He allowed just 2 hits, didn't walk anyone. As he combined with Carlos Marmol and Kerry Wood on a 5-0 shutout, here's our Cubs analyst, Dan Plesac.
Well, really 2 keys to the game. One obvious, Rich Harden was terrific. 7 innings, 10 strikeouts. He's been awfully good. A 1.50 earned run average since he's been a member of the Chicago Cubs. He was terrific. But the other key was the patience of this Cub offense. They make opposing pitchers work. They're very good at getting runners on, hitting the ball the other way. And once they get into the middle and the setup part of teams' bullpens, they take advantage. They're not afraid to hit with 2 strikes. And this is a team that doesn't need to hit the home run to score runs. A very well-rounded offense.
All right, Danny, thank you very much. Before the break, we had the Land Rover big question for you. Who's the only pitcher to toss a no-hitter without striking out a single batter? How about Ken Holtzman on this date 39 years ago, back in 1969? We do the big question every night at 10. Kyle is our quarterback, but who is the Bears' featured running back? It looks like rookie Matt Forte will be Lovey's guy, although Kevin Jones throws his helmet into the ring Thursday night, as we'll see Jones in the Bears' backfield for the first time this preseason. With more on the Bears' ground attack, here's William Jackson in our Bears training camp report, brought to you by Mitsubishi Motors.
As the Bears get ready for the Niners on Thursday night, Lovey anxious to see how two guys he'll depend on heavily during the regular season will perform in their first action of the year.
Kevin and Dusty Dvorak are good to go. We're excited to see them get a few reps.
With the Bears earning their money running the ball, all eyes will indeed be on Kevin Jones, who'll see his first action in months after undergoing knee surgery. And Lovey hopes to see the same quality that made Jones so effective when he played in Detroit against Lovey's Bears.
Yes, we're hoping he'll do the same thing. Everything we've seen from him in practice says that, but it's different in a game. And again, we're anxious to get him out there and see what he can do.
Just one day after Kyle Orton is named as the Bears starter, quarterback Rex Grossman chose not to speak to the media, saying he needed a couple of days to let it sink in. But the show must go on, and on Thursday night, it'll probably be the Bears' most important preseason game of the year, as the starters will see the most action.
This is the game where you get your most reps before the regular season, because the fourth game the stars don't really play too much, so it's more it's more so like a real game. This the third preseason game, so we're preparing that way and ready to go out there and make some plays.
The Colts are right around the corner, and you want to play your best ball right now just for that. So we're looking forward to it. We have a history with the 49ers. It seemed like we play them. We played them in the preseason and the regular season just about every year we've been here. They dominated the Packers last week, so we're anxious to play them.
Now, during last week's game in Seattle, Kyle Orton seemed to develop a chemistry and trust with receiver Brandon Lloyd. During the 2-minute drill, they hooked up 4 times, including 3 passes in a row. So is there something special going on between these two?
I just think, I was open. He was just picking my number. I don't think there's any kind of anything to read into that. It was just, he was picking my number. It easily could have been Davin, or it easily could have been, Marty.
I think he's a good football player as much as anything. He's performed that way since he's been here, the OTAs, training camp. So we expect plays like that from him during the season.
At Hallis Hall with the Bears, William Jackson, Comcast Sportsnet.
All right, Billy Jack, some other news out of Lake Forest. Defensive end Mark Anderson had minor surgery on his right thumb. He will not play this Thursday, but Lovey said he should be ready to go for the final dress rehearsal next week. Meanwhile, Des Clark, Patrick Manley, and Nick Roach will not play Thursday against the Niners. The Bears also signed long snapper Thomas Gafford. Lovey's crew got a break. They won't see Steve Smith in week 2. It sounds like there is an outside chance that Peyton Manning may miss the season opener against him. Oh, man. Peyton took part in his first practice today after minor knee surgery and then said afterwards he wants to play September 7th against the Bears, but he couldn't guarantee it.
Certainly it has not been a pain-free process. I'd be lying if I said that. That is my goal, to be ready, for that first game. Certainly that is our goal, and it's been my goal all along. But we'll have to, hope it continues to progress up until that point.
He's playing. Who's he kidding?
I don't know.
Coming up next, has there been any talk about the Cubs possibly trying to add another player for the stretch run? Assistant GM Randy Bush answered that question earlier today on Chicago Tribune Live. Plus, does Ozzie Guillen plan to put a stop to the White Sox post-game pie-in-the-face routine? His answer might surprise you. And we all know Michael Phelps has been the biggest star at the Beijing Olympics, but which of the other high-profile athletes did he enjoy meeting most? We'll hear from America's Golden Boy next.
In a world overwhelmed by high gas prices, come 4 heroes. Armed with Myvec technology from Mitsubishi, Lancer, Galant, Eclipse, Outlander. They are the Phenomenal 4, all equipped with Mitsubishi's 4-cylinder Myvec engine, giving you fuel efficiency without sacrificing performance. 4 cars, 4 cylinders, 0 compromises. Visit your Mitsubishi dealer today.
Nobody's going to have a better price.
Doesn't hurt to look. Don't say it, don't say it.
Nobody had a better price.
You said it.
Lowe's believes you'll get the best price around with our everyday low price guarantee.
We'll take it.
Find a better price on anything we sell, and we'll match it plus take an additional 10% off.
Maybe we should shop around. Trust me, just buy it.
Lowe's, let's build something together. So get the best price around with our everyday low price guarantee.
Big job? No prob. Take it to the big guys at Jack's Brake and Alignment. Semis, straight trucks, motorhomes. Jack's repair experts will have you back on the road in no time. Jack's Brake and Alignment tackles all major truck repairs, bumper to bumper. Complete engine repair, frame straightening, and alignments. Does your commercial fleet need servicing? Set up an account with Jack's Brake and Alignment and get the consistent, reliable service you need to keep you on the road. Jack's Brake and Alignment, serving the Quad Cities since 1965.
Our guests are going to be here any minute. Our food is so bland.
What are we going to do?
Captain Flavor!
Sweet hickory Captain Flavor! I know, Dash. These snacks suffer from a superlative lack of succulent sauces. Don't worry, folks. We've got just what you need here. Dash, quickly, the flavor enhancer. Now, Dash, the wings and things hot sauce. And now, Dash, the country blend barbecue sauce. Don't miss the next episode of Captain Flavor.
Cookies is the one.
Here at the River Bandits, interns do a little bit of everything. So I'm pretty busy. I check the inflatables, make sure the water's hot in the Joomer's hot tub, and the beer is cold in the concession stands. Because with 2-for-1 drinks every Thursday, we sell a lot of beer. I also help load fireworks, do sound checks for our free concerts, and water the cornfield. But mostly, my job is to make sure every fan is comfortable. Because at Modern Women Park, the most important person is you. My name's Emily. Come see me and all the River Bandits at Modern Women Park.
Watching the home of the Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
We're back on Land Rover Sports Night, Crimson and Crean with plenty of green. Indiana revealed today what they're paying new basketball coach Tom Crean. He inked a 10-year deal worth $23.6 million. He stands to make $2 million this year. The school recently added a couple years to the original contract, and they have a clause that allows them to fire Crean if he or anybody on his staff violate NCAA rules. At the Olympics, Sylvia Fowles and the U.S. women's basketball team cruised to a 44-point victory over South Korea. Fowles scored 26, grabbed 14 rebounds to lead the U.S. to the semifinals. It's the sixth straight Olympics that the Americans have advanced to the medal round.
Sylvia Fowles gearing up for that late-season WNBA run with the Chicago Sky. Well, after winning a record 8 gold medals in the swimming pool, the sky is now the limit for Michael Phelps when it comes to his potential earning power in the world of endorsements. Now, one industry analyst put his value in the Tiger Woods LeBron James category. That's rarefied air. Could mean as much as $100 million. Phelps grew up in the Baltimore area. He talked with our Bethesda, Maryland Comcast affiliate about finally coming home.
Probably going to go to my house and just trying to hang out at my house. Just get some friends over, or get some food and just sit there and relax. That's what I'm looking forward to the most, and having my dog there and trying to get settled down a little bit after this just whirlwind of events.
Yeah, I mean, over there at the Olympics, you've been the main story, certainly here in the States and worldwide, but have there been any athletes out there that you personally wanted to get to see? Anybody you looked up to in Beijing?
Well, I was sitting in the dining hall a few times, and you know, you saw Dirk Nowitzki walking around, and you know, you see Roger Federer, and I went up to Rafael Nadal. I love watching him play tennis. He's such a good athlete, and I walked up to him, and I just wanted to meet him, and told him good luck, and I love watching his matches. So you know, it's cool, you know, just seeing all these people who are walking around the village, and you know, the amount of amazing athletes that were in there, it was something I'll never forget.
You know, with all the attention that's been paid to you over the last week to 10 days, I mean, is it possible for you to be, you know, just one of the guys with the other athletes, maybe be a fan for a little while, maybe a fan with privileges at that?
Yeah, I think so. You know, I was able to go to the basketball game last night and see USA play Germany, and I was able to go in the locker room afterwards and just hang out with the guys for like 10 or 15 minutes. Just we were all joking around a little bit, and LeBron actually had a pair of swimming goggles on, joking around with me as soon as I walked into the locker room. So we all got a pretty good kick out of that.
I think years from now, Michael's going to regret wearing that shirt with all those NBA stars.
I don't know.
It'll be okay. In other Olympic news today, Shawn Johnson finally gets that individual Olympic gold on the balance beam. Teammate Nastya Lukin took the silver. Henry Cejudo, the 21-year-old wrestling prodigy, wins the Olympic gold in men's freestyle competition. And defending Olympic champs Kerry Walsh and Misty May Traynor will play for yet another gold medal. They advance to the beach volleyball title game with a straight sets win over Brazil.
I'll be DVRing that if you want to make sure you can catch that. When you have the best record in the National League and a pretty comfy lead in your division and you're in good health, what are you looking for on the waiver wire? Well, that question was posed to Cubs Assistant General Manager Randy Bush on Chicago Tribune Live earlier tonight.
Well, he is aggressive. You guys know him well, and we're just so pleased with the way the club's playing. And you know, you always continually check the waiver wire, and we're always looking for things that that might make sense for us. But gosh, we're just so pleased with the way the guys are getting after it. They play hard, they pull for each other, and it's really been fun to watch. And Lou Pinella's done a great job of really keeping their nose to the grindstones. And you know, none of these guys are going to take anything for granted as long as Lou's in charge.
In other baseball news, Hall of Fame outfielder Carl Yastrzemski is resting comfortably tonight after he underwent triple bypass heart surgery. Yaz, who will turn 69 this Friday, experienced chest pains this morning and was admitted to Mass General in Boston. He made the All-Star team 18 times during his career with the Red Sox, winning the Triple Crown back in 1967.
And coming up on Sports Night, as you saw earlier here on Comcast Sportsnet, a pitcher's duel at Wrigley Field, and Giovanni Soto showing off the wheels. We'll hear from some of the key Cubs players next on Land Rover Sportsnet.
There is no other rivalry like Cubs-Sox.
Southside fans are very blue-collar. They wear their hearts on their sleeve.
The Cubs fans and the White Sox fans will always hate each other.
Northsiders love the day of the game. They love the event.
If the Cubs and White Sox are in the World Series,
you'd have to shut down the town.
Put a wall around Chicago and just party for the rest of the winter.
The center of the universe would be right here.
Our team has your team covered. Chicago Tribune Sports. In print, online, and via mobile.
Nice car. Not so nice scratch. Wouldn't it be nice if removing ugly scratches from your car was this easy? Now with new Finish Scratch Doctor, removing surface scratches is easy. In fact, independent laboratory tests have proven Scratch Doctor to be the best scratch remover available. Scratch Doctor with advanced microtechnology also removes paint scrapes, scuffs, haze, and swirl marks. So get Scratch Doctor.
#1 rated Scratch Doctor, available at Advance Auto, True Value, Walgreens, Target, AutoZone, Kmart, and other leading stores.
Nobody's going to have a better price.
Doesn't hurt to look. Don't say it, don't say it.
Nobody had a better price.
You said it.
Lowe's believes you'll get the best price around with our everyday low price guarantee.
We'll take it.
Find a better price on anything we sell, and we'll match it plus take an additional 10% off.
Maybe we should shop around. Trust me, just buy it.
Lowe's, let's build something together. So get the best price around with our everyday low price guarantee.
Get the ultimate toolbox, a Tough Shed Sundance Series building exclusively at the Home Depot. Legendary Tough Shed quality and the convenience of Home Depot. Call, click, or visit, and Tough Shed handles the rest, installing your shed where you want so you can create the backyard of your dreams. Right now, get free paint on Sundance Series sheds, plus 6 months, no payments, no interest financing with your Home Depot consumer credit card.
The Tough Shed Sundance Series.
Exclusively at the Home Depot.
Clearance, clearance, clearance. Now, my mom always said if it's important, repeat it. The 2008 model year in clearance at Bob Rohrman Arlington Chrysler Jeep and Dodge in Buffalo Grove.
Get a loaded 27 MPG Jeep Patriot 4x4 for only $17,995.
Bob Rohrman. You owe it to yourself. Bob Rohrman's Arlington Chrysler Jeep and Dodge in Buffalo Grove. 1 mile east of Route 53 on Dundee Road.
Hey, Northside fans, how would you like to take in a game like a king? Well, thanks to Volvo, you can. Presenting the Volvo Wrigley Field Rooftop VIP Sweepstakes. Just log on to ComcastSportsNet.com and fill out an entry form. You could win 4 tickets and a parking pass to one of the famous private rooftops adjoining Wrigley Field, which includes food and beverage and a $100 dinner gift certificate to Harry Carey's Wrigleyville. Don't delay. Enter the Volvo Wrigleyville Rooftop VIP Sweepstakes. Brought to you by your Chicago area and Northwest Indiana Volvo dealers.
Soto at third, Fukudome at first. There's the bunt by Harden. Soto coming up the line, going to try to score, and he will get in.
Giovanni Soto got the Cubs on the board with some heads-up base running after the bunt by Rich Harden. And you know what? That would turn out to be the only run the Cubs would need as Harden and 2 relievers completely dominate the Reds Cubs win 5-0 is your final. And for more on tonight's victory, we go live to Wrigley Field and welcome in Chris Bowden. Chris, there's been a lot of talk about Rich Harden not being able to work deep into games, but tonight he threw a lot of strikes, didn't walk anybody, and he got through 7 innings.
Yeah, and usually guys who throw 10 strikeouts need a lot more than 94 pitches, but that did the job tonight in allowing just 2 hits. So he finally gets his first Wrigley Field win as a Cub on his 4th attempt, and 4 of his 6 career double-digit strikeout games have come in his 7 starts here with the Cubs. So Harden, Marmol, and Wood combined in just that dominating performance, as you said, a 3-hit shutout. They walk no one and combined to strike out a dozen. And this should take nothing away from the job that Cincinnati's Johnny Cueto did, because he was tough business as well. That play that you guys just had, that bunt put down by Harden and the smart base running play by Giovanni Soto, the only way the Cubs were able to get through against Johnny Cueto. But Harden once again made that work against the Cincinnati roster. The entire roster had just 6 at-bats against him for his career. You combine that unfamiliarity with the stuff that he has, and that usually leads to domination.
He's really throwing 2 pitches, you know, and to see, you know, to see that type of dominance with just 2 pitches, man, is impressive. I mean, I guess you pick one and try to hit it, but you know, you're gonna try to hit 96 or his you know, his off speed. So I don't know. It'd be a tough thing to try to face him for the first time. The second time, it'd be pretty hard too, I would think. Commands both sides of the plate, throws the ball well.
We got to watch him and keep him fresh, keep him strong. But this kid's a competitor, and he's got good stuff, and he pitches with confidence. And he's done a real nice job here, obviously.
So the bar set pretty high for Ted Lilly, who has been on a roll here in the second half, and he bids to become the Cubs' second 13-game winner and surpass Carlos Zambrano in the win column when he takes on Bronson Arroyo in tomorrow night's second game of this series here at Wrigley Field. Lilly, though, has had problems with the Reds so far this season, 0-2. He's only lasted 8 2/3 innings in those 2 starts and allowed 9 runs. So he'll see if he can catch up to the bar set here by Rich Harden, which was a pretty high one. Harden with only 3 victories in his Cubs career so far. But again, he has been on a roll of late, and combined with the 5 shutout innings he had in Atlanta the other night, which included 5 walks, he's run the shutout string to 12. The Cubs come away 5-0 winners here tonight, Mark.
Chris, with the Brewers losing at home tonight to Houston, the Cubs' division lead is now 6 full games. You look at the schedule and you think, with the Cubs playing 6 home games against Cincinnati and Washington, a couple of last-place teams, a real good chance to break the division race wide open. And talking to the players, did you get the feeling that this is kind of an important week?
Yeah, definitely. And just the fact that they're playing these teams, I think I mentioned in the pregame or on Sportsnet at 6:30, that those 2 teams combined with Pittsburgh, whom they'll see next week, a combined 65 games below 500. But despite that fact, they know after that it's a rough stretch the rest of the way. 26 of their final 29 coming against winning teams. So this team has had a pretty good way of keeping its nose to the grindstone and keeping it a game at a time. We don't like to hear that as reporters because it's, you know, one of those boring cliches, but that's done the job for them so far this year, and that's why they're sitting there now with a 6-game lead here in the Central.
But as Lou would say, Cub fans shouldn't get too giggly. Still 37 games left on the schedule.
Don't get too giggly. Let's sit tight here, and we'll see if they can rev up the Go Cubs Go again tomorrow night, though.
All right, Chris, thanks a lot. We'll look for your report on the midnight edition of Sportsnet.
All right, Mark.
Still to come, we'll head back to the south side where rookie Clayton Richard was out of this world. He was supposed to be on the other side of the world this week at the Olympics. We'll explain. Plus, Ozzy gives us his take on the pie in the face celebration that his team has adopted. Is he worried that someone might get hurt? Stick around and find out.
Land Rover Sports Night is driven by the affordable 2008 LR2 starting at just under $37,000. For the Chicagoland retailer nearest you, visit LandRoverIllinois.com.
For 60 years throughout the world, we've been engaged in peacekeeping, humanitarian aid, and scientific inquiry. And then there's these guys. We're celebrating our 60th anniversary with limited time offers. Make an appointment to put a Land Rover through its paces.
It's time for you to stream the award-winning Golf Chicago. The show gives golfers the big picture on everything that's happening in today's game. See the entertaining and fascinating features. You might even learn something. Check out golfchicagomagazine.com for more information.
McDonald's Sports Rise every morning only on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend.
Palmer Hills Golf Course in Bettendorf is a public 18-hole course and driving range. It's home to 100-year-old oak trees and features rolling hills with creeks and a pond coming into play on 11 holes. A wide variety of tee options make Palmer Hills playable for golfers of any skill level. We also offer professional golf instruction in both group and private settings. Our new clubhouse features a fully stocked pro shop. And for food and drinks, visit our new Palmer Grill. If you enjoy playing golf, Palmer Hills is for you. Beautiful, scenic, enjoyable. Play Palmer Hills Golf.
It's bad enough when you have one company bugging you about the money you owe them, but when they all start coming at you at the same time, don't press the panic button, press the help.
Huh? Hi, I'm Maggie Delaney with Consumer Credit of the Quad Cities. We can get rid of all of your bill collectors while we're helping you get out of debt. We've helped thousands of people, and we can help you too.
If too many people are trying to help you solve your credit card debt problems, choose the one that'll serve you best. Consumer Credit of the Quad Cities.
This Labor Day weekend, the place to be is the Rock Island Grand Prix. It's an experience that you've got to see to believe. As high-performance go-karts race through the streets of Rock Island's downtown arts and entertainment district at speeds upwards of 100 miles an hour, 1 inch off the ground and into the turn. On Sunday, enjoy the timeless beauty, magnificent craftsmanship, and vintage racing machines at the Classic Car Show. The Rock Island Grand Prix, it's the place to be this Labor Day weekend.
Great food, great family event. It's a good time.
Bulls, Blackhawks, Cubs, and White Sox. Comcast Sportsnet.
So, EJ, we've designed you a signature shoe worthy of a 3-time All-American with mad smarts and 6 leadership skills. Ta-da!
There are over 380,000 NCAA student athletes.
Yeah, you got your GPA embossed, right? There.
I love it. And just about all of them will be going pro in something other than sports.
Can I get it in a loafer for casual Fridays?
Yes. Yeah.
Rich Harden has definitely been on a roll since coming over to the National League in the trade with Oakland. He struck out 10 batters 4 times and allowed 1 run or fewer in 6 of his outings as a Cub. Here's what tonight's winning pitcher had to say about his dominating performance against Cincinnati.
He called a great game tonight, and really didn't even need to shake him off. You know, I mean, he had a really good idea how he wanted to face these guys, how he wanted to pitch them, and you know, just stuck with what he was calling, and it worked out really well.
You had, I think, 6 double-digit strikeout games before coming here. You already have 4. What's been the difference here?
I don't know. You know, I think, you know, maybe new league, seeing some new guys, and you know, they haven't really seen me that much, and you know, I got to give a lot of credit to you know, DeSoto also. You know, he's really got a good idea of what he's doing back there, and you know, every game we've worked together, we've really been on the same page.
I didn't get to see the bunt play unfold from Gio's end of it, but it was pretty impressive. You just trying to get it down there?
Yeah, I was just trying to get it down. You know, after that, that's my first at bat. You know, not getting it done, and you know, I was pretty frustrated with you know, with doing that, and I really wanted to make sure I got that one down. And
Rich, you just pointed it out, but how much of an advantage do you have over guys who haven't seen you and don't know the break of your pitches and everything else?
Yeah, I don't know. You know, I think you know, I haven't seen them also. You know, so it's kind of a, you know, a process. You know, the more I see them, I'm gonna have to make adjustments, and the more they see me, they'll be making adjustments. And but you know, I think it definitely makes a difference.
Do you like to pitch, you know, on night games? There's a little report that that's your preference, and do you feel cooler? They don't see the ball as well, or what?
Yeah, I've always liked night games. You know, somebody was saying statistically, you know, it's about the same, but I've always felt better. You know, it's a little cooler, and feel stronger later in the game.
Rich, is it a contagious thing, all you guys on the starting staff, because it's been pretty consistently very good for a while now?
Yeah, I think so. You know, I think, you know, they always say hitting's contagious, and I feel like pitching's the same way, you know. Going out and seeing your other starters, you know, do really well every start, and, you know, you want to be a part of that, you want to do the same thing.
So Rich Harden sets the bar pretty high for Ted Lilly. He'll be on the mound for the home team in Game 2 of the series against Cincinnati tomorrow night. As you can see by the numbers, Lilly has quietly put together another pretty solid season. He'll be opposed by Cincinnati right-hander Bronson Arroyo, who's pitched better recently after getting off to a bad start.
Banyas. There's a chopper. Steps on the bag. Coming to the plate. He gone. Beautiful play by Swisher.
Yes, it was, Hawk. Nice play here by Swish in the first. Helps Clayton Richard get out of a jam. The rookie goes 6 innings, scatters 5 hits, doesn't give up a run while recording his first career victory in his 4th career start. Sox win it 5-0 over the M's. With more on the White Sox victory, let's check in with Kerry Sayers, who had a press pass for this one. And Kerry, Clayton Richard was supposed to be in Beijing the last couple weeks with the U.S. Olympic baseball team. The Sox changed those plans when they purchased his contract last month, and he was golden tonight.
He certainly was, Pat. And Ozzie said after this game that he feels like he took a bit of a gamble. He really took a leap of faith by going with Clayton Richard in this one, especially considering the way he fared in those first 3 starts for the Sox in his last call-up. He hadn't made it out of the 5th inning in any of those 3 starts. He's got beaten up for 19 runs, 15 of them earned. And so, as Ozzie said, he feels like he was rewarded tonight. Clayton took a big step forward with those 6 shutout innings. He was certainly the star of the game. And we can't overlook the offense, too. It seems like things are just all clicking for them. They're not just relying on the long ball, although they did have a few more tonight to add to that major league leading total. But they had 6 extra base hits of their 14 tonight. They're getting people on, they're getting them in, they're moving them over, they're getting them in. And this is what needs to be working for this team, both pitching-wise and offensively, if they want to stay in this AL Central race.
You're not always going to hit home runs. I mean, it's nice to hit home runs because it's a good feeling. People get to watch fireworks, but at the same time, you know, you got to find a way to build runs, and we did that a couple of times today, moving guys over, getting guys in. Of course, the one inning we had 2nd, 3rd, no outs, didn't get it done, but luckily for us, our pitching held up, and we were able to battle through it.
Just in general, I think all cylinders are clicking right now, and you know, like that old saying goes, hitting's contagious, and you know, it starts at one guy and just kind of works its way down the lineup. So, but for us, I think we're getting it from batters 1 through 9. We're getting it on the hill. You know, AJ's doing a good job back there behind the plate and controlling our pitchers. And, you know, I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say. It's just a lot of fun right now.
No shaving cream pies tonight. You'll be happy to hear that, although Clayton Richard did get a nice beer shower from his teammates. I did catch up with him one-on-one, and we'll have that interview a bit later in the show. The Sox just hope now they can keep things rolling, both offensively and on the pitching front. It'll be Gavin Floyd against R.A. Dickey tomorrow in the finale, in a game that you can see right here on this very network. Gavin going for his 13th win of the season. That'll wrap things up from U.S. Cellular Field. Pat, we'll send things back to you in the studio.
Kerry, Carlos Quinton came through with his 97th RBI on the season tonight. You spoke with him before the game. All this American League MVP talk, we're discussing it here in Chicago. It doesn't seem like he's really comfortable discussing it.
He's not really comfortable discussing much of anything, actually, but he's very humble. He likes to just go about his business. The guys say he's great away from the field. He's a lot of fun, but he's all about business when he comes to the ballpark. And you know what? I don't think any of his teammates really care how social he is with them or with the media, as long as he stays on this tear, however he gets it done.
All right, Kerry, we look forward to your comprehensive report on the Midnight Show and tomorrow on Sports Rise. Taking a look at our Country Financial top performers on the evening. A.J. Burnett earned a victory in his 6th start as the Blue Jays took care of the Yankees. Ian Snell got the win for the Buccos. He went 7 innings, 4 hits, no earned runs, and 8 strikeouts. And Kevin Youkilis had a 3-hit affair, 3 RBIs for the Red Sox.
Well, Kerry mentioned the infamous shaving cream pie, and in case you missed it last night here on Comcast Sportsnet, Jermaine Dye was able to fight off the attack by Toby Hall, and it looked for a while that Hall might have tweaked his right shoulder in the process. Toby reports he's feeling just fine, which means we might not have seen the end of the old pie-in-the-face routine.
I don't mind. If they get hurt, you know, I mean, I can do nothing about it. I wish they take him for fun and don't go too far. I think that's the problem about before when you interview, you might be 1 for 5 and they put you on TV after the game. That's That's, you know what I mean, come on, just, you know what I mean, everybody do a little thing. Because they only want to see you all the day, just like running around, no shaving cream. No, but I just, you know what I mean, I like to have fun. The long they not get hurt. But last night I think somebody told me it was like, Toby, he's got something's going on there. But the main thing is, you know, I just let them do what they do. The long they respect each other, and the long they not get mad when that thing happened. That's a different thing.
All right, so I guess it's not over quite yet. Stay with us. More post-game reaction coming up. We'll hear from tonight's winning pitcher, Clayton Richard, and the Cubs' Ryan Theriot after a break.
The event at Arlington Lexus. Drive a new 2008 Lexus ES350 with dual-zone automatic climate control for only $389 a month.
Bob Rohrman's Arlington Lexus and Palatine, just 1 block west of Route 53 on Dundee Road.
The event at Arlington Lexus. Get 2.9 APR for 60 months on any brand new 2009 Lexus RX 350. Plenty to choose from.
Bob Rohrman's Arlington Lexus and Palatine, just 1 block west of Route 53 on Dundee Road.
Introducing generic prescriptions for less than $1 a week at Walgreens. For less than $1 a week on more than 400 generics. Get big savings on over 5,000 other generic and name brand prescriptions.
We joined and saved on John's prescription. It wasn't covered by our insurance plan.
Plus, we earn a 10% reward when we buy Walgreens brand products.
Stop by today to see how much you'll save and get $50 in free coupons. The Prescription Savings Club, only at Walgreens.
They say a man should always dress for the job he wants. So why am I dressed up like a pirate in this restaurant? It's all because some hacker stole my identity. Now I'm in here every evening serving chowder and iced tea. Should have gone to freecreditreport.com. I could have seen this coming at me like an atom bomb. They monitor your credit and send you email alerts, so you don't end up selling fish to tourists in t-shirts.
Offer applies with enrollment and Triple Advantage.
Zapped by high utility bills? Well, just wait until you get your first heating bill. This week only, buy 3 Feltco replacement windows and get 1 free.
Call 866 for Feltco.
Buy 3 energy-saving Feltco windows and get 1 free. Do a single room or do your entire home.
Buy 3 windows and get 1 free. But hurry, this week only.
For quality windows, siding, and doors, call 866 for Feltco.
The event is now on, but it won't last forever. The Lexus Summer Sales Event, where you'll find the best values of the year now through September 2nd. Lease the 2008 IS250 all-wheel drive for $389 a month for 24 months with $34.89 due at signing.
What do you want? What do you say about
Peace, justice, equality, truth,
accountability,
equal opportunity,
a healthy economy,
a healthy environment,
education,
civil rights, human rights,
freedom,
our honor,
our country,
the American dream?
Voice your vote.
Voice your vote. Voice your vote.
1 vote.
1 chance. Register today.
1 vote, 1 chance.
We're back on Sportside. The Sox kept their 1-game lead over the Twins in the Central as both teams won tonight. Sox took care of the M's 5-0 behind rookie Clayton Richard. Ozzie called it a bit of a gamble going with the 24-year-old left-hander. We'll take a look at his previous 3 starts before tonight. 0-2 with 15 earned runs and 25 hits. He had an ERA just under 10, including 1 relief appearance. Tonight, he goes 6 strong, doesn't give up an earned run, scatters 5 hits. He struck out 2 and walked 1, and afterwards, Carrie Sayers spoke with Clayton Richard.
All right, thanks very much. And how does it feel, first Major League win?
It feels great. I'm really happy with the opportunity I got to come back up here and get a chance to throw again. So it's real exciting, and it's a great win for us as a team, too.
I know Ozzie said he was satisfied with a couple of your outings, but it didn't show much in your numbers, those first 3. How good was it to get one under your belt like this?
It's definitely good. I think for the team, for the staff and everybody to have confidence in me. I know I'm confident in myself enough to be ready to pitch whenever I can, but it's a big thing when you come up to a new squad and being in the clubhouse and stuff, and you want to feel that confidence from your teammates and your coaching staff, and this is a big step in that direction, I think.
Ozzie mentioned this wasn't necessarily an audition for you, that there's other options like Lance Broadway for that 5th spot, but do you feel like you've shown them that you're capable of filling that role if the opportunity arises?
Right, I took a lot better control of the opportunity this time than last time. So, I mean, I just have to do what I can do to take care of what I can take care of and not worry about all those other things.
Nice to do it, too, with your dad here on hand to see it.
Right, my family got to come up. We're pretty close, so it's really special to do it with all those people that I've grown up with and have always been there for me, being there again.
What did you keep tonight? Did you end up with a bowl?
Game bowl, lineup card. Pretty happy with that.
And a beer shower.
And a beer shower.
At least it wasn't a shaving cream pie.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, that's Clayton Richard. Now we'll send things back to you.
I'm surprised the 2 former Michigan athletes didn't belt out a couple choruses of Hail to the Victors.
Oh, I'm sure they did. They won't be doing that much of that this fall, though.
Well, now on to the north side. Cubs get a dominant pitching performance from Rich Harden and just enough offense to beat the Reds tonight 5-zip. In the process, they extend the division lead to 6 games over Milwaukee. The Brewers lost at home to Houston. Here's Ryan Theriot after another home victory for the Cubs, who are now 46-17 at the friendly confines.
You talk about the importance of adding a top-of-the-staff ace to an already good rotation, getting him.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think that's pretty obvious. He's really throwing well for us, and then you know, traditionally he's thrown the ball well also. So giving us a chance to win, right, like he's been doing, is really the most important thing. He's gone out there. He's given us solid efforts every time. He's thrown strikes. He's struck people out, and really been in control of the game. You know, he's been an extremely important addition so far.
Another big 8th inning. One of the good things about your rotation being so strong is if the other guy's throwing well, you just hang in there and maybe get to the bullpen on the other side.
Yeah, you know, like I said, giving us a chance to score some runs, you know, and keeping it close. And you can't expect him to go out there and throw a shutout every time they pitch, and he's been pretty close. And yeah, with an offense like ours, you know, you just want to have that opportunity late in the game to win it.
Watching him, would you want to see him for the first time? I mean, does he have a distinct advantage with his stuff against another team that hasn't seen him before?
Yeah, I mean, you know, but he's really throwing 2 pitches, you know, and to see. You know, to see that type of dominance with just 2 pitches, man, is impressive. I mean, I guess you pick one and try to hit it, but you know, you're gonna try to hit 96 or his you know, his off speed. So I don't know. It'd be a tough thing to try to face him for the first time. The second time, it'd be pretty hard too, I would think. Commands both sides of the plate, throws the ball well.
Thanks.
Play of the day, brought to you by Lexus, pursuing perfection.
Braves and Mets, Argenis Reyes, a liner to short. Escobar with the cat-like reflexes, making the diving snag. Escobar with our play of the day. Mets beat the Braves 7-3. They lead the NL East by a game and a half.
I think I'm voting for Giovanni Soto with that dash home. You know,
yeah.
off the wheels.
You're not feeling Escobar? No?
Not feeling that tonight.
All right.
Especially with a couple of wins for Chicago's baseball teams. The Cubs beat the Reds 5-0. White Sox win by the same score, so the Cubs now 6 games in front of Milwaukee in the NL Central. The White Sox, though, their division lead stays at 1 because the Twins were a winner tonight.
Took care of the A's.
That's going to do it from here. For Pat and the entire crew, we thank you so much for watching Land Rover Sports Night this evening.
Gail Fisher is back at midnight with the final word in Chicago sports. Up next, it's Meet the Draft Picks Bears style with Jerry Azuma. Have a great night, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.
You know that song, Time in a Bottle? Well, I got time in a bottle, just by changing my allergy medicine from Claritin to Zyrtec. Zyrtec's a lot faster. It starts working 2 hours faster than Claritin, and it keeps working for 24 hours on all my allergy symptoms, indoors and out. You know, Zyrtec should put that on the label. Ingredients. 2 hours you didn't have before.
Zyrtec, the fastest 24-hour allergy relief, now without a prescription.
All it takes is just one DUI to permanently scar you for life. You can't hide it, and it won't go away. Cops are cracking down, and you will be arrested. Don't be a loser. Don't drink and drive.
Isn't it amazing how a smile can change everything? That's why we do more than just connect calls. We believe in connecting people. U.S. Cellular. Believe in something better.
Something in the way you move, little darling. Yes, it's something in the way you talk that make me realize there's something in the way you move.
The 2008 Volvo XC90 Special Edition SUV. Get together with yours at the Volvo Model Year-End event. Now's the best time to get an 08 Volvo. Event ends September 2nd.
Bulls mean everything to Chicago, man. I'm always a Bull fan. It's my home. It's exciting. I love the Chicago Bulls. I love the Bulls and nachos. And of course, the Lovables.
I'm a blue-blooded American man, so I'm going Lovables. You know, I love a good nacho plate as much as the next guy.
I'm about to take the Lovables, man.
We've come to this bayou because we found something extraordinary. The internet. It seems it can't hide here either.
Simply insert the AT&T Laptop Connect card and you're connected at up to 3G speeds.
Download presentations. Even track your company's inventory, all on the go. I'm Bill Curtis, and I just found the internet.
The internet can't hide anymore. Switch to the network with the best coverage and get the AT&T Laptop Connect card for free.
Coming up on Meet the Bears Draft Picks, presented by Mitsubishi Motors. The journey began at the NFL Draft and continues now at training camp. We'll find out how 6 young men can impress coaches and make an immediate impact.
I was just looking for an opportunity, just to play ball. And, that's what Chicago gave me, was an opportunity.
First-round pick Chris Williams was to provide a new spark to the offensive line. But an injury has put that plan on hold. Matt Forte is ready to help carry the offensive load.
I always envision, big things, and I expect big things from myself.
Plus, Earl Bennett is trying to catch a significant role on a changing wide receiving core.
We're trying to get one goal of the company just to go to tap and win it.
And the guys tackle 5 burning questions. You won't believe what you're going to hear. All that and more on Meet the Bears Draft Picks, presented by Mitsubishi Motors.
Welcome to Meet the Bears Draft Picks, brought to you by Mitsubishi Motors. Alongside former Bear Jerry Azuma, I am Pat Boyle. We're here at Bourbonnais Training Camp, and over the next hour, you're going to meet the high-profile Bears rookies that we expect to make a difference in the upcoming season. We'll get to Chris Williams, the top overall pick, and his injury situation in just a second. But Zoom, first up, your overall impression of this draft class.
You know what? I'm really happy with the Bears and how they drafted this year. They basically picked out a necessity. They took care of all their needs, and hopefully these guys can step up. But I like what I see so far.
Now, one of their vital needs was on the offensive line. With their top overall pick, they took Chris Williams. Obviously, the herniated disc, he will be out for some considerable time. He underwent the surgery. Do you think it's even a good idea for him to return to action this year?
You know what? Realistically, I don't think they need to force anything with Williams. I think they need to let him heal because he had a serious injury, and it's going to take a lot of time to heal. And plus, he's a rookie, so they need to just look for the future.
So Williams won't be able to anchor the left side of that offensive line for the foreseeable future. One guy who certainly knows how important it is to be protected on the left side, our quarterback who works with us on Bears Postgame Live, Jim Miller, he sat down with Williams.
With the 14th pick in the 2008 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Chris Williams, offensive tackle, Vanderbilt.
I think I'm a balanced player. My best attribute is just that I can do whatever you ask me to.
On draft day 2008, Chris Williams became the answer to the questions surrounding the Bears' aging offensive line. But the optimism of progress is uncertain once again. Williams left the practice field on day 2 of camp with discomfort in his back.
How you feeling? How's the back and all?
Oh, it's good. It's getting better. Been spending a lot of time with the trainers, which I don't really like to do, but it's getting a lot better.
What happened?
Oh, we're just going to do some drills and just muscle spasms. I don't know anything that triggered it, but I don't know.
You think you'll be back tomorrow? Or is this,
Yeah, this is pretty uncommon. This had never happened before, and it's kind of the same stuff we do in OTA, so it's strange, but just kind of glad I got it out the way, and hopefully I don't have any more problems with it.
But the diagnosis was more serious than originally thought, a ruptured disc. While surgery has repaired the problem, the ailment could keep Williams sidelined for a large portion of his rookie season.
I mean, when you draft a player like that, we have big plans for Chris. We still have big plans for Chris. They'll just be delayed a little bit, but we would like to have him out there now. He's not. Injuries are part of it. We're no different than any other team. Kansas City's first-round draft pick offensive lineman is out also, so that's just a part of it. The good part of it is that he's coming back, and we'll go from there.
It's tough. I mean, I'm sure he's disappointed. You know, there's a problem that he had early in camp, and so hopefully he can get back as soon as he can.
For Williams, just being drafted by the Bears was a dream come true. With promising on draft day that he would not be a holdout, Williams signed a 5-year, $16 million deal hours before the first practice, proving that Bourbonnais was where he wanted to be.
What does it mean to be a Chicago Bear?
Oh, it means everything. It's just extremely validating as a player to be here and be one of the founding franchises, and just an honor to be here in Chicago.
Well, growing up, just a little bit about your family. Were you forced into sport? Is it just something you always loved to do? Maybe give us a little family background.
More forced into school than anything. You know, sports was an option. It was something that you got the privilege to do, assuming you did well in the classroom. And, it was just kind of what I did all year round. Summer sports, spring sports, winter sports. That's just what I did after school. I had some type of practice or something all the time.
You look like one of those guys who are just comfortable in your skin. You know who you are, you know what you're about. But coming from Vandy, now in a big city like Chicago with passionate fans, how was your approach to football coming from a program like Vandy?
Oh, I mean, it's a great game. It's a game I love to play, and it's something that I take very seriously. It's my job now, and wanting to dominate the guy across from me is what I take to heart. And, week to week and day to day, just getting, trying to be the best player I can be, and, just hope to give put my best foot forward, and that should take care of itself.
All right, Jim, thank you very much. 3 of the Bears' 2008 draft picks are Louisiana-born. You got Williams, Matt Forte, and Craig Stelz. Williams was the first Vanderbilt player in 23 years to be named to the All-SEC first team. Chris played left tackle and left guard in his 36 career games at Vandy. Chris Williams joins other Bears from recent drafts that were bitten by the injury bug. Dan Bazine was a second-round pick last year and missed his entire rookie campaign with a bad knee. As for defensive tackle Dusty Dvorak, who was selected in the 3rd round by the Bears in '06, injuries have wiped out his first 2 seasons. That's a scenario Williams hopes to avoid. He thinks he'll return sometime this season, but his setback is troubling to his teammates.
It's tough to hear. Chris is one of my good friends, and, coming in as a rookie, you don't ever have anybody have an injury ever. And that's just tough for him as a rookie to have that. So my prayers are with him and his family.
It's tough. He hasn't been able to practice, obviously, and hopefully just gets healthy as quickly as possible and gets back.
With Williams out, the Bears' offensive line is